But it's really great to have those of you who are here with us around the table, and it's also great to have a table that extends, I think, across many time zones. But it's really great to. Oh, I'm echoing. Many time zones, and to me that's what being a global association is all about. So just in terms of then, do you want to go forward on the slides there, Christian? Is everyone online seeing the slides as well? If you can just give me a thumbs up that you can see the slides. Great. Okay, so to begin with, I am Roseanne Harris, President of the IAA for 2022. And I'm joined in hosting this meeting by Jan Kaas, who is the immediate past President of the IAA, and Micheline Dion, who is the President-elect of the IAA, and of course Mathieu, who is well known to all of you, who keeps the ship sailing forwards. And of course, we are joined by many participants here in the room as well, and as online. So I'm going to go around for the council delegates to introduce themselves. So unfortunately, time doesn't permit for us to have introductions from all the observers as well. But let's go with the council delegates. I'm going to go around the room to begin with in terms of the introductions, and then we'll move to the online participants. So if you just switch on your mic to make sure that the online delegates can hear, and introduce yourself and your association. So shall we start, Fred, with you?
Hi everyone, I'm Fred Robert from the Singapore Actuarial Society.
Lisa Wade, Caribbean Actuarial Association.
Mike Lombardi, Society of Actuaries.
Philippe Delon from the Institute of Actuaries in Belgium.
Mary Frances Miller, Casualty Actuarial Society.
Jason Malone, Canadian Institute of Actuaries.
My name is Alexander Dolhop from the Society of Actuaries in Sweden. Good morning.
Mark McDougall, Actuarial Society of South Africa.
Apami Murata, Institute of Actuaries of Japan.
Zena Hinton, Australia.
John Ost, the Dutch Actuarial Association.
Daniel Yin from Actuarial Institute of Chinese Taipei.
John from South Korea.
Great. Is that all the council delegates who are in the room? Great. So now I'm going to move online. I'm just going to call as I see them on the screen in front of me. So at the top of my list is Gabor.
Gabor Hanak, representing the Hungarian Actuarial Society at the council.
Lourdes.
Lourdes Afonso, representing the Portuguese Institute of Actuaries.
Gianpaolo.
Gianpaolo Crenca, represent ISOA, the Italian Association.
Neil.
Neil Tego, Actuarial Society of Ghana.
Mohammed.
Mohammed Amrani, President of the Moroccan Association of Actuaries, Morocco.
And then I have Odd. Odd Arne Svensson. Juan Carlos.
Juan Carlos Padilla, Colegio Nacional de Actuarios, México.
Leticia.
I'm representing the Brazilian Institute of Actuary from Brazil.
Louise.
Louise Pryor, Institution Faculty of Actuaries.
Wilhelm.
Wilhelm Schneemeyer, representing the DAW, the German Association of Actuaries, and via proxy, I think, the Swiss Association today.
Thank you, Wilhelm. Andrew Chamberlain.
Andrew Chamberlain, I'm from the UK, but I'm here as chair of the ASC.
And then I have Jette.
Jette Sandqvist from the Danish Actuarial Society.
It's quite tricky here because it's moving as we go, but I have Michiel.
You're muted.
Michiel van der Walt.
Yes, another time. I try Austin and Avir.
Thank you. And then I see Philip Shear from Ireland.
Yes, good afternoon. Philip Shire from the Society of Actuaries in Ireland.
Thomas.
Bonjour à tous. Thomas, Institut des Actuaires France and Life section.
Thanks, Thomas. And Rodrigo.
Hello, Rodrigo Silva from Asociación Colombiana de Actuarios. Buenos días.
Welcome, Rodrigo. Right, I'm looking down the list to see if there is anyone I have omitted. Akihiro.
Yeah, Akirota from Japanese Society of Certified Pension Actuaries.
Welcome, thank you. Is there anyone else that I've omitted? My names are jumping up and down. Harry.
Harry Kuosmanen, Actuarial Society of Finland.
Great. If there's anyone online that I haven't noted, can you just raise your hand? Okay, great. I consider that quite an achievement to have managed to. And now we have Marika in the room. Marika, would you like to? Thank you, Marika. And Estella. Introduce.
Estella Chiu from Actuarial Society of Hong Kong.
Thank you. So I think we have introduced all of the council delegates in the room as well as online, and we are also joined by a number of observers in the room, so you're very welcome. But of course, in terms of the procedures for the meeting, it is only the council delegates who participate in the discussions. I certainly appeal to you to keep your inputs as succinct as possible, but certainly not aiming to curtail any important discussions that take place in today's meeting. So of course we are once again having our hybrid structure. So we when we go to the points in the agenda where there is discussion, then I will recognize people both online and in the room. If you are in the room, please physically raise your hand, and if you are online, please use the raise hand feature. I think we have the slide on that, Christian, just to note that. And then in terms of the regulations and our procedures for these meetings, the agenda is as it has been distributed, and we do not have amendments to the agenda that are to the motions, I beg your pardon, to the motions that are presented. Obviously, we do have, for every motion that is presented on the agenda, we do have the opportunity for some discussion. And of course, we do have the opportunity in terms of our regulations to defer. You will notice that there are a number of issues where we are exposing the issues to council today, and those may well, based on the feedback, be followed up by an online or round robin ballot. So I'm also very mindful of the fact that I am a native English speaker, and this meeting is being conducted in English, and I do tend to speak quickly. So please feel free to tell me to slow down if you are struggling to follow. And certainly our intention is to make sure that everyone, regardless of your home language, is able to participate in our discussions today. So certainly those of us who are English speakers will need to be mindful of that as we proceed with the discussions. So in terms of the motions that we are voting on today, then you will have the opportunity to vote yes, no, or to abstain, and then the results will be tallied. I'm just going to exit Zoom myself because that will make it a bit easier to follow the meeting. All right, so I think then we can go to the explanation of the votes in the room. I think it's the next slide. Can you go to the next slide? Here we go. So, so in today's meeting, we have voting 128, which is 75, just over 75% of our voting rights of the IAA represented in the meeting, either through the council delegates that are present, both virtually and in the room, as well as the proxies that have been presented. And remember, of course, that when we are voting, the various associations may have different numbers of votes, and those are indicated on the numbers that those of you in the room have on your table, and the staff in tabulating the votes for those who are voting online will take into account the number of votes that you have either through your association or by way of the proxies that you are holding. Good, so maybe before we jump into approval of the agenda, I'm just going to pause at that point to see if there are any questions of clarity regarding the proceedings of the meeting today. Great. So let's move on then to looking at our agenda. So you'll see that the agenda is divided into two parts. There is, first of all, our statutory committee reports, which starts off with the executive committee, of which I am the chair. So there will be the report of the president and executive committee. Then Jan Kaas, who is the immediate past president, chairs the strategic planning committee, and that he will then present his report. And then we'll have the report of the nominations committee from Tonya Manning. She is, of course, the penultimate past president who chairs that statutory committee. And we will have then also the report of the finance and administration committee, which is also a statutory committee currently chaired by Jane Curtis. And then we will move into the business agenda, where we have various items for discussion that have been distributed on the agenda, both the 15-day and the 30-day agenda, giving due notice to the council members of the order of business for today. So on that basis, I'm going to call for a motion in terms of the adoption of the approval of the agenda. So do I have a proposer for the motion in terms of adopting the agenda? Thank you. I see Mike, and a seconder for that motion. Thank you, Mary Frances. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, then we can move to the vote. Please, if you are online, indicate your vote. If you are in the room, please raise, if you are voting in favor, raise your number. For those in the room, any against? I see it, yep. And any abstentions? Okay, well, I don't think we need to tally that. I think we can say that our agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. So then we move on to the next item, which is the approval of the minutes of the meeting that we held in Brussels on the 8th of May of last year. And those minutes have been part of the 30-day and 15-day distribution of the agenda. Just one point of clarity to note is that we did pick up, thanks to one of the past presidents picking up, that the amendments to the regulations that were approved at the May 8th meeting were not presented, including the amendments that had been approved at the December meeting previously. Of course, it's the different sections of the regulations that were amended. So I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that we have now on the website loaded the regulations that reflect both the amendments that were approved at the May 8th meeting of 2022, as well as the meeting in December of 2021. But those were different parts, and so the internal regulations are now complete and updated. So with that, just as a point of clarity, the motion is that we adopt the minutes of the meeting in Brussels in May of this year. Can I have a proposer for that motion, please?
Thomas online.
Thomas, thank you. And a seconder? Lisa, thank you. Right, any discussion on the minutes? Good, well then let's move to the vote. So for those of you online, it will be coming up. So may I ask you please to those in favor to indicate in the room. Right, anyone voting against? Any abstentions? Excellent. Not testing my math skills too much this morning, so thank you for that. The minutes are then adopted. Juan Carlos, I see your hand is up. Would you like to raise a question?
No, thank you. It was just to second the motion.
Oh, thank you. All right, so we can move on then into the next item on our agenda. I think just one back, Chris, which is the results of the electronic ballot subsequent to the May 8th meeting. So we only had one item that went through an electronic ballot, and that was the item to do with the statement regarding the war in Ukraine. And the results of that ballot were appended with the agenda. And so at this point in this agenda, we simply note that that's the case. But I think one point I would like to express is my appreciation to all of the members of council for the way in which we were able to deliberate on a very tricky topic and arrive at a compromise position. And I really appreciate that there were certainly some strong views, but that we were able to come to the table and move forward on this topic. So I really would express my appreciation. It has been certainly a very humbling experience to go through managing those discussions, but also hearing the perspectives of so many of you from across the world. So thank you for your participation in that process. So then oh, thank you. Tamar, do you want to comment?
Yes, just you can see in the votes that the live section is not recorded. Sorry, I missed the deadline for the vote of the live section, and I succeed to vote for our funds, but not in time for the live section. And this vote was just an abstention, just for noting as I missed the deadline. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamar. So noted. Right, and then we move on to the sad part of our agenda today, which is recognizing the passing of members of our actuarial community from around the world. And in this case, we express our condolences in particular to our Italian colleagues for the passing of Professor Emmanuel Pitacco. And you can see the note on the screen in terms of the incredible contribution that he made to our profession during his lifetime. So I would like to call for a moment's silence. Those of us in the room, perhaps we can stand and call for a moment's silence to recognize the passing of Professor Pitacco. Thank you. Thank you. But then on a more positive note, it is my pleasure to be able to recognize as well the birthdays of some of our associations around the world. In this case, we have the recognition of our colleagues in Colombia on 50 years, so a half century for their association in Colombia. And then our Italian colleagues celebrating their 80th birthday. So congratulations to both of those associations on a great achievement and anniversary. Right, so now we can move on to the reports, the statutory committee reports. Is that part of our agenda? And the first part of that is my report as chair of the executive committee. And in presenting this report, I would really like to recognize my colleagues on the executive committee. We meet on a monthly basis, but we have a number of work streams that are engaged with the various topics that I'm going to feed back to you. So please don't think for a moment that this is all me, but I would particularly like to recognize the members of the executive committee for the commitment that they make, and of course my fellow officers Jan and Micheline in particular, who are extremely supportive as this is a team effort in terms of delivering on these various topics. So in terms of the work plan that we set out for 2022, and bearing in mind, of course, that it is October, we still have 2 months of the year to achieve some items on our work plan. But we structured our work plan in accordance, of course, with our various mission topics, as well as some additional areas of focus. So we have there, you can see the impact, advance, and assure, and I'm going to give you some feedback on our engagements with supranationals, as well as one of the points that was flagged by the executive committee was thinking about succession planning in terms of those important relationships. From an advanced point of view, I'll give you some examples of how we have improved the collaboration across the various entities, in particular the sections, and also looking at how we can enhance the effectiveness of the forums. From an assure perspective, I'm pleased to say that we were able to pass those updates from an education perspective at our meeting in May, and the education committee is now working on the follow through from that, and that the professionalism committee is working as well on updates. In terms of the sections, I think we have taken some strides in terms of the improvements in the collaboration across all the entities in the IAA, including the sections. Then I'll give you some feedback in terms of some of the diversity and inclusion topics that or activities that we have engaged on as part of that task force. And then very importantly is the approach to communication and the steps that we're taking to make sure that that we're not just working away in a vacuum, but also sharing effectively sharing what we're doing, as well as creating the opportunity for engagement between our members associations and of course with the IAA. And then importantly is the support that the executive committee provides the strategic planning committee. There's an interlinking in terms of the responsibilities of the strategic planning committee and the executive committee, and of course Jan in his role as immediate past president is very important in that link, and will be providing some feedback in this agenda. So if we move then to the update on the supers, and I'm pleased to say that I've had the opportunity to actually visit some of our important partners and around the world, and this of course has been a particular privilege for me, considering that my predecessors were unable to travel, and I certainly found it very beneficial to actually meet and engage with our supranational partners. And thanks as well to our relationship managers who enable those, the effectiveness of those engagements. So we have signed an update to our memorandum of understanding with the OECD. You can see us there on the picture on the top left, as well as with the IAIS and the A2II, the Access to Insurance Initiative. That's the picture on the right with me with Vicky Sapota and Peter Braumiller. So in terms of a few updates for members of council, we have been looking quite carefully at the way in which we are allocating our resources to supporting the relationships with our supers. And we recognize as well that this is an area that is of particular value to our member associations. One of the important aspects of the IAA is that we are able to conduct engagements which perhaps would not be possible for individual associations who will be able to engage perhaps within their jurisdictions, but in terms of these global supranational associations, then it is appropriate that that engagement is happening through the global profession and the IAA. So what we have done in terms of ensuring that the volunteer resources that we have at our disposal are effectively and efficiently utilized is to have the different levels of the associations. And this is something that needs to be quite dynamic, recognizing that as various topics of global interest arise, then the relative importance of these relationships may well ebb and flow. And that is something that then is managed by the executive committee, and Lisa Wade will be taking over that responsibility of coordinating those relationships from Alf, who has done that for some time and has made an incredible difference in terms of making sure that we have a good view on those relationships. So if you move on to the next slide, you'll see that then we have a number of relationships which are perhaps less active, where we are looking for opportunities to engage and respond. And the objective of those engagements is, of course, to highlight the role that the actuarial profession can play in terms of the addressing of various topics that perhaps are under scrutiny by these various associations. So some of it is around actually providing technical input. In other cases, it might be a question of creating awareness of the skill set that the actuarial profession brings. So let me take a little bit of a deeper dive in terms of my engagement with the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. I attended their global seminar in June of this year, and the theme of their seminar was around resilience in the insurance sector, particularly as we emerge from these dealing with emerging systemic risks, so emerging from COVID, but recognizing a number of systemic risks that are facing the global environment. And of course, what was apparent at the meeting as well, and has possibly worsened since then, is the global economic position as a result of inflation and energy, cost of energy in various markets. So as we are in a period of instability, of course, for insurance supervisors, that is an area of particular concern. And I must say that it was very interesting to hear the way that the perspective of the supervisors in addressing these topics. So obviously we engaging on a number of these topics, so pandemics, the environment, digital transformation, but it was very interesting to hear the perspective of how the supervisors view these topics. In particular, a number of key themes that are emerging. So if you go on to the next slide there, the key themes, strategic themes that have been identified by the IAIS, including climate risk and the need to consider scenarios and the collection of data in addressing the protection gaps that have been that are emerging as a result of climate risk. So you can see obviously an important role for us in that space. Also noting cyber risk as a key theme in terms of understanding cyber risk and the silent coverage that can occur when insurance coverage covers cyber risk, but not in an explicit sense. some market conduct issues and the important supervisory role in terms of managing consumer outcomes and the view from a consumer perspective, the need to be quite proactive. And of course, with us having a public interest view as the actuarial profession, importance that we play a role there. Digital transformation, of course, linked to cyber risk, but an important opportunity in terms of financial technology, digitalization, particularly from a risk management perspective, as well as creating access to protection. Which then links to financial inclusion. And this is where the partnership with the Access to Insurance Initiative comes in. We have been a very active partner with the Access to Insurance Initiative, thanks to the team led by Fred Raleigh, who has been instrumental in terms of putting together the various inputs and training that has been benefiting supervisors around the world in multiple languages, so in English and French and Spanish. And of course, important in building sustainable and inclusive insurance markets, a challenge where our profession can, of course, contribute. And then a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, looking from an internal view of supervisors and how they are structured in relative to the markets that they serve, but also supporting their membership in terms of how they approach the market. So very clear that there is an opportunity for positive engagement. And of course, we have structured for these key relationships that the officers are managing key relationships, and the IAIS is one that sits with me and throughout our term. So as we go from being president-elect to president to past president, that there's then continuity in that relationship, which is important in terms of ensuring that that the actuarial voice is at the table. So you can go on to the next slide, which is just highlighting our Access to Insurance initiative. Another related partnership is with the Sustainable Insurance Forum. And here we've had a number of engagements, a fairly new structure, but again, linked to the work that is being done across various entities in the IAA, as you will hear in terms of the feedback from the Climate Risk Task Force, for example, as well as other areas of work. And a lot about what the Sustainable Insurance Forum is doing is around education, market conduct, as well as access and sustainability through stabilizing risk structures. So the use, for example, of public-private partnerships to ensure continuity of cover. So these are all topics that we need to be thinking about as a profession and making a positive contribution to these global developments. Another important supranational is the OECD, and I attended the meetings of the Working Party on Private Pensions in Paris in June. It's quite an alliteration. And the IOPS, the International what IOPS is, the Pension Supervisors Organization, I'm thinking what the O is, the International Organization of Pension Supervisors, was also represented at those meetings. And again, you can see the relevance of the work that our profession is doing in supporting the topics that they are engaging with. So looking at mortality modeling in particular, and they have produced some papers on this topic that we've had the opportunity to provide input to. Some other topics around accumulation and decumulation in pensions, and important for us to be thinking about the actuarial voice in this space to make sure that we do retain the actuarial voice in the space of pension and pension provision, both from a defined benefit and a defined contribution basis. And then an interesting issue arising from the pandemic is this topic of rainy day savings, and a number of jurisdictions where there was early access to retirement savings as a way to cope with the crisis of COVID. So interesting implications in terms of longer term implications and what that means in terms of financial market stability and so forth, where I think a valuable contribution that we can make. And then looking at the ISSB, this is feedback from that Micheline provided at our town hall from meetings that she has been part of. A fairly new engagement, given that this foundation, the IFRS Foundation, has established the ISSB, but they certainly seem to be a rapidly developing work, and so important that our voice is at that table as well. And thanks to Micheline for taking that up so strongly, keeping up with their pace. And another engagement that is linked to our climate risk is the IPCC. Gabor will speak to the joint paper in his feedback on the Climate Risk Task Force, but this is an entity of the United Nations, and I think it is particularly pleasing that they recognized the important role for actuaries in this space, and that this was actually their paper that we provided input on. And I think it's important to clarify that this wasn't a case that we produced a paper that they subscribed to. So I think the work that the Climate Risk Task Force has been doing in establishing the actuarial voice in the space of climate risk has been really valuable, and that's going to be taken forward at an event like COP27, which is taking place in November in Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, a number of opportunities for collaboration in terms of the work that's being done. So then moving on to looking, that is of course our impact function, the feedback on the supras in terms of our advanced function. So advancing the knowledge of the profession, looking at new areas of work, as well as new areas of development from a regulatory point of view. So there have been a number of engagements. So we've spoken at the town hall around the banking webinars, the IFRS 17 webinar that was conducted for the Portuguese actuaries, and noting the important reach into other Portuguese-speaking communities that are participating with the Portuguese Association. So that was a great opportunity to provide and share our engagements with that community of actuaries. And then collaboration between the General Insurance Forum and Aston, the section on a survey on COVID-19, and you'll see that that's an emerging theme of this greater collaboration across the entities in the IAA. And also within the advance, of course, the links between the sections and the forums is something that we have been working on, as well as more direct officer engagement with the sections. So between the three of us as the officers, we have a link to two of the sections, each of the six. So the 6 sections are covered across the three of us, and really with the aim of ensuring that that there is this greater cooperation and collaboration, but also more channels of communication. And I must certainly pay tribute to Michiel van der Wart, who has been the section liaison for quite a few years now, and is going to be rolling off that position. So has made an amazing contribution in terms of that coordination and collaboration across the sections, as well as this initiative that we've been pushing this year in greater collaboration across other entities in the IAA. So some examples of topics as well that are coming up from the discussions of the forums. The inclusive insurance topic, there has been a number of papers and webinars, and you can see, of course, the importance of this work and the way in which it links to the Supra work that I have given feedback on as well. Another survey that was conducted by one of the forums was the survey conducted by the Resource and Environment Virtual Forum, and looked at across FMAs the participation or the interest in this topic of sustainability, And this is really valuable in terms of us being able to gauge the work that is taking a place across the world, because we of course seek to leverage that important word on work that is already being done rather than to duplicate. And so this kind of survey identifying first of all the activities as well as the interest in this topic then is important information in terms of then the planning of the activities. So this kind of percolating of information from the forums into the advanced committee and then through to other areas of the IAA where the activities can be done, and we can share that feedback both internally and with our global partners. So moving on then to the Assure part of our activities, and this of course relates to advice and assistance. I was thrilled to be able to attend the 6th meeting of the African associations in Accra, and that was put together by the Africa Task Force of Advice and Assistance, and really great to see the enthusiasm and the cooperation across various associations in Africa, as well as the support for the very first Education in Africa seminar, which took place at the meeting in Accra and is going to be followed up by another virtual seminar in November with the support of a number of our larger FMAs as well. As I mentioned earlier on in the meeting, the Education Committee, of course, working on the syllabus, syllabus developments following our approval of the updates in the May meeting, and from a professionalism point of view, joint webinars with the ASC. So important to have that link between the professionalism and standards, as well as the scientific developments in presenting the work to the actuarial profession, and thanks of course to Yvonne, who has been chairing the Professionalism Committee. So then an important topic for me that I am particularly passionate about is been diversity and inclusion. And we have a D&I task force of the executive committee. So thanks to the members of that task force, and also to Tanya, who was co-opted onto the task force, given her passion for the topic as well during her presidency. So at our meetings in May, I gave some feedback on some of those activities, but what has happened subsequent to them is a number of engagements and activities, as well as the planning for ICA. On International Actuaries Day on 2nd of September, we had a big risk conversation. So our tagline here was why international matters matter to actuaries. And it was really looking at highlighting the important role that the actuarial profession can play in actuarial matters, but also why these global issues are of significance to individual actuaries as well. So there's an important role that we play in terms of making sure that members of the profession are able to understand, grasp, and engage with these topics of global significance. We had an illustrious panel participating in the webinar, and Naomi Edwards from Australia challenged the panel as well with some good panel discussion. We had over 300 live participants, I think, at one stage, and subsequent to that, we've had a number of YouTube views, in fact, more than we had live. So a really positive contribution, I think, to global thinking on these topics. Some other activities and in the diversity and inclusion update was the session at Convention A. And this, of course, was the energy of Kathy Lynn, who has a whole series of workshops on diversity. And so the Convention A, you can see, was billed as episode 13. That is not unlucky 13, but lucky 13. And the topic there was embracing difference with discomfort. I also participated in that. I didn't get my picture on the flyer, but I was a participant in that workshop, and really a valuable approach to thinking about diversity. And then a very exciting initiative is the Young Actuaries World Cup. which is generating a lot of interest around the world. I was in Accra in Ghana in Africa at the time when we initially launched it, and there was great excitement about it at the time. And so I really want to pay tribute to Fred, whose passion has underpinned getting this off the ground. So an idea that sort of germinated in one region is now a global phenomenon, Fred. So I think we can actually, the best way to illustrate this is to play the video.
Hi, I am Fred, the chair of the Young Actuaries World Cup Task Force. My colleagues and I are pleased to announce to you today the opening of the very first Young Actuaries World Cup, with the finals held in Sydney during the ICA 2023.
The submissions could be about how actuaries can contribute to a better society, the future roles of the actual profession, or any innovative ways of solving big issues. The most important is for you to impress the global actuarial community with your creativity and innovation.
At first, we're going to have 6 separate regional rounds with participants from Africa, Asia, Europe, North and Latin America, and Oceania.
One of the many reasons why I think young actuaries would be interested in entering this competition is the fact that the finals will be held at the International Congress of Actuaries meeting in May 2023. The 4 finalists will receive round-trip airfare and hotel accommodations to Sydney, Australia.
Excellent. So certainly generating lots of excitement amongst the younger actuaries, and you may well be asking yourself, am I a young actuary? And looking around the room, I'm not sure that I see anyone under the age of 35. I think it's 35, so sorry. But so those entries close at the end of the month. So please do encourage young actuaries. Fred, I must give you the floor.
In case you are more than 35 years old, you can still spread the word or be a judge as well, or even mentor a less than 35-year-old. So there's a role for everyone.
Absolutely. So please, yes, please spread the word. That is why we wanted to really highlight it today. And of course, it is the 16th of October today. They are up until the 31st of October, so another 2 weeks to get those entries in, and certainly a great opportunity to be part of ICA 2023. So finally, from my side on the communication aspect, and I think this is a really important initiative, certainly for reaching to our member associations, is communication. And there's 2 aspects to the work that we've been doing in the executive committee around communication. The one is what I would say is a bit more technical, which is having a tool that enables us to engage and interact. And certainly thanks to Christian, who has been quite instrumental in making sure that the Mobilize tool is accessible and is relevant to our members. We currently have over 700 volunteers who are participating in the tool. 250, I'd say, are active users of the tool. But please get on board and be participating, because it is a great way for you to be kept informed. As you have seen, I've given you a small taste of the various activities. But I must say, if I was to attend all of the activities of the various webinars that the forums, so the sections are organizing such a wealth of activities, I don't think I would get anything else done. So it's important that you have an opportunity to have a view and see what is happening, and then obviously select what is relevant for you to participate in. The other aspect of the communications piece is of course the strategic part. in terms of how we communicate effectively with our member associations. And we are doing extensive work on looking at the content of our communications, as well as the mechanism we use to reach our member associations. So that is currently work in progress. So it's not just about the technical aspect of the tool, but also our approach to communication. And of course, always suggestions, examples of what you have found working, for example, within your own association, are always valuable and appreciated by the executive committee in this work. So before I move on to the task force feedback, I'm just going to pause because I have bombarded you with a lot of information, and see if there are any questions at this point. Seeing none, I will hand the floor over to Gabor. So one of the task forces of the executive committee is the Climate Risk Task Force, which is currently chaired by Gabor, and he will provide us with some feedback. Gabor, over to you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, all good.
Okay, so next slide, please. So the work of the Climate Risk Task Force, or CRTF, is based on the statement of intent that was approved by Council in May 2020. And the statement of intent was in line with the vision of the IIA and two missions, the impact mission and the advance mission. And we would like to promote actual approaches in the climate area as much as we can by producing mostly educational materials, which are neither ICEPs nor IANs, special background or informative educational materials that address the general actual community and non-actuaries as well. But specifically, these are not addressed to climate actuaries. So the purpose is to bring the awareness in the actual community to the matters that are covered by these papers, and provide general background information, regional examples, good practices, and so on and so on. As another goal of the task force is to contribute to the relationship management that is governed by the executive committee. So we have our stakeholders who are active in climate related risks, and we maintain good connections and trying to build and enhance these relationships. At the same time, we monitor emerging information, whether it's they come from the FMAs or member associations or our stakeholders or other sources. Next slide, please. So the CRTF, the Climate Risk Task Force, has produced 5 IAA papers. They can be found in the IAA website. So the first one is a foundational paper. The second one is an introduction to climate-related scenarios. The third one is more specific on climate-related scenarios applied to insurance and other financial services, financial institutions. And the fourth one is similarly climate risk scenarios as applied to asset portfolios. And the most recent one, the fifth one, is climate-related disclosures and risk management standards and leading practices. So this last piece was released and published by the IAA at the start of the month. And as each such paper is supported by a webinar, so a webinar on this fifth paper, on the disclosure paper, will be held soon on the 3rd of November, which incidentally it's just the first birth anniversary of the ISSB, as Roseanne mentioned. On November 3 last year, the IFRS Foundation announced the formation of the International Sustainability Standard Board. So it's a very timely, I think, the webinar, and we will recognize the ISSB at the webinar, definitely. Additionally, we produced one joint paper with the IPCC, so Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Specifically, it's Working Group 1, which is about the physical science. And this working group produced its sixth assessment report last year, towards the second half of 2021. And we managed to set up a collaboration with the Working Group 1 members and scientists working in the background to produce a summary for actuaries paper. So it summarizes the IPCC Working Group assessment report for actuaries, so that actuaries understand the science behind the assessment report. And our authors from the IAA painted a picture about what actuaries can and should do in relation to climate-related risks. So next slide, please. As I mentioned, each paper is assisted by a webinar. So I mentioned the next one is November 3. Additionally, we are working on three more papers. So altogether, this SOI envisaged 8 papers. The 6th paper is the working title is climate change, the climate change adaptation gap, an actual perspective. The drafting team, maybe I should have mentioned that it's not the CRTF, the task force itself that produces the papers. For each paper, we recruit a drafting team, and we have a drafting team for paper 6, the adaptation paper. And it has been working quite heavily over the past few weeks. And I have the promise from our coordinator, Stuart Wason, that later today, I will receive the second draft of the paper. The CRTF reviewed the first draft and made some comments. So the drafting team has been working on incorporating those comments. And we hope that at our next meeting, which will be the day after tomorrow, we will review the new draft and possibly can give green light to an exposure draft, which then will be sent to all member associations of the IAA and other stakeholders. And definitely the goal is to have this exposure draft ready and released before COP27 starts on November 6th. As Rosen mentioned, there will be a big event, this COP27 in Egypt. So early, it's a 2-week event actually. So by that, we would like to have this out, the exposure draft out. Then paper 7 will be on climate-related risks, scenarios, and social security. We do not have a title yet. Our coordinator is working on recruiting a drafting team. So actual work has not started yet for that. And we already started to think about how the last paper in the puzzle will look like. It would be on some of the past IA publications, like ICEPS, IANS, and other publications of the IAA. Tentatively, we thought ICEPS, IANS, and the risk book. And we will be working together with the owners of these papers to produce the paper 8, which will be an internal paper rather than the other papers that are designed to the global actual community and our stakeholders. And the plan for the CRTF is to complete all 8 papers envisaged by the SOI, the Statement of Intent, by the end of next year. And then at that time, the task force will be disbanded by the executive committee, which created the task force. Obviously, that's my personal opinion. Climate-related activities of the AI will not stop there. So there will be ways, and the strategic planning committee, as I think Jan will mention later on, has started to work on the future of climate within the IA. Next slide, please. So you can see the composition of the task force. This is a closed task force created by the executive committee and appointed. The members have been appointed by the executive committees. From time to time, I receive requests from actuaries that I would like to become a member of the task force. Now, that's not really possible. It's by a simple volunteering that needs an approval by the executive committee. However, we work together with CRTF liaisons. So there are liaisons to the climate risk task force, and we allow one liaison from a full member association. Additionally, we have two forums, the Resource and Environment Virtual Forum and the Enterprise and Financial Risk Forum, whose members participate in a regular meeting. So there is quite a wide range of volunteers and forum members, liaisons with whom we communicate a two-way. So we give information to these liaisons and forum members about what the CRTF has been doing over the past few months, I would say, what the future plans are, and we listen to their input from their own FMAs, what they report to us, and we need to know about important developments in our member associations. So if you go to the next slide, you can see just a regional representation. So this is the distribution of the members in terms of regions of the IAA. It's not the Europe, USC, ALOA. It's a bit different, but you can see this is somehow quite a good distribution and diversity. And we also care for practice areas in this. So we have on our task force actual climate risk actuaries as well, and non-life actuary as well as life actuary, and so on. So these are the supranational organizations which we are dealing with. It's almost the same as Roseanne showed one of the earlier slides. So let's go on to the next slide, please. So some of the planned activities in relation to our stakeholders, we are working on, it's not an easy task, but we would like to set up and maintain a similarly good relationship with IPCC Working Group 2, as we have with Working Group 1, with which we jointly developed the Summary for Actuary paper. And we would like to produce a joint paper, Summary for Actuaries, on the Working Group 2 assessment, 6 assessment report, which was published earlier this year. So this is a plan, and there seems to be some willingness, but these guys are very busy, so it's difficult to get the feedback from them. But we hope we can come to an agreement with them. We also would like to help the relationship with the ISSB, International Sustainable Standard Board. Roseanne mentioned that the IAA submitted comments to the 2 draft standards issued by the ISSB, and the CRTF, the task force, was represented on that task force, which worked out the response on behalf of the IAA. We have these 2 IAIS and the SIF, Sustainable Insurance Forum, as key stakeholders, and we are in regular discussion with them. So the issues which we will be discussing with them in the coming weeks can be seen on the slide. So data issues, protection gap, net zero plans, scenario analysis, and recently ICP 14 valuation and what the role of actuary could be in relation to that. There's a mistake on this slide, which my attention was called by Stuart Wason. The SIF is not a United Nations entity. This is hosted by the United Nations, so not of the United Nations, but hosted by and supported by the IAIS, but this can be corrected later on. So yeah, next slide, please. These are our planned activities in participation. So we would like to participate in COP27, and not would like, but we will. This is a big conference, annual conference of government agencies and also NGOs as well. And two of our members, two of the CRTF members will be there. Stuart Wazen, I mentioned him, and Reid Mussolini will be there on behalf of the IA. And we will also showcase ourselves at ICA 2023 in Sydney next year. So I think that's all, and I would be happy to respond to any contributions or comments or answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabor, and thank you as well to you and members of the task force for all of those activities. It's really it's almost incredible the amount of work that happens by volunteers in that space. So let me pause at that point to see if there are any questions or comments. The room, am I missing any comments online? Thank you so much, Gabor. Thank you for your work and your feedback, and please convey our appreciation of Council to the members of the CRT.
I'll go back as a delegate of my home association and switch caps. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Gabor. So then another task force of the executive committee has been the Future Actuary Task Force. This is a statement of intent that was approved by Council in the meeting in December of 2021. And Jill Hoffman, who is from Singapore and is also a member of the executive committee, has been chairing this task force. So I'm going to hand over to Jill to give us a little bit of an update of the work in progress. Jill.
Thank you very much. And apologies to those who this is the third time hearing about the risk and opportunity radar. I'm very environmentally conscious, having learned from the Climate Task Force, and I will probably be reusing some of my jokes. So if we can move to the next slide. Just to set some context here, when we started thinking about the Future Actuary Task Force, we were very ambitious, and we thought, okay, what is it that we really need to do? First, we need to assess what risks and opportunities does the profession have. Then the next step would be to do a gap analysis. Once that gaps have been identified, how do we fill those gaps with developing skills? Then how will we promote the demand for actuaries as well as develop supply? And so we had this all in a lovely statement of intent, and Roseanne went, you guys are crazy. Can you narrow it down? And I went, can do, and very thankful for that steer from her. So today we're going to be speaking solely about the risk and opportunity radar, but this is helpful to understand this context, because a lot of times, even when we work on it, we'll come up with thoughts of oh, we're going to have to do this. And I'm like, yes, let's write that down for task force number 4. So today we'll just be speaking about the risk and opportunity radar. This is still very much early days draft. So what I'm seeking from Council today would really be any inputs that you're able to give that your association is doing, working on any sort of risk and opportunity radar, to get in contact with me afterwards, because we'd like to also be able to highlight regional differences. So if you go to the next slide, this is really what we've set out to do. So just as a reminder of what our statement of intent was, is to come up with a report as well as a supporting infographic. So we're currently, I'll show you today, again, the first early drafts of the infographic. It's actually the second draft. The first draft of the infographic looked like somebody who had the skill drawing level of a 2-year-old had done it. But luckily Amali fixed that up, and it's all very nice. And we won't mention who did the initial infographic, but it could be the person talking right now. So with respect to it, we want to really have a report that's, for IAA members. It's not really for the public, but perhaps as it develops, we may be able to expand at least the infographic to be for public, but really to sort of look at what are the breakdowns of the regional differences and similarities, as well as recommendations of what to do to the information. But again, it's going to feed into that cycle that I showed on the first slide. So with that, let's have a look at the first draft of what we have. So if we could move to the next slide. Oh, this is the timeline. So we're here now presenting first initial drafts. The goal will be to get something by the beginning of the year to the SPC to really do a detailed rip it apart and get back to us, and then hopefully with the goal of getting it approved by you at the May meetings. So moving to the next slide. Ta-da! So this is the beautiful looking graphic that we have so far. We might not settle on this as our graphic design, but it's just to sort of give you a bit of thought. So with respect to the actuarial profession, you know, when we're thinking about where we need to go and where we are right now, and this is not by region at this point in time, so this is really sort of more global. If you think about, let's start with domain knowledge, which is the blue boxes. We have our traditional domain knowledge of, say, insurance and pension, risk management, and we're seeing, you know, some regions banking is very much core domain knowledge, but in other regions, that's something that's coming down the pipeline. And then, you know, moving further afield, like, you know, should we be moving more into artificial intelligence? So what kind of skills do we need? So, you know, obviously we start off with the basic math skills. This is an analytics. This is what draws us into the profession. But I think, you know, moving forward, we need to really start working on, you know, or improving our customer focus skills, as well as, you know, leadership skills. And again, that's going to vary from market to market. And what are some of the risks that we face as a profession? So, you know, we're certainly starting to see this now with the inability to attract talent. We have competition for our mathies, as well as, you know, things like we might suffer a bit from hubris, as well as will we be able to sell brand actuary to employers outside of the statutory roles? Also thinking, you know, not just the big picture, but thinking the individual picture. When we were working on this, this was also something that came up as well. So if we move to the next slide, this is sort of thinking about an individual's career. So when we start off a career, so me and Roseanne, we're both new graduates. We've like aged just back 10 years, but, you know, we're competing in our Younger Actuaries Cup, and you know, we both have like math skills, and really what sets us apart, we don't have a lot setting us apart as individuals. Like the brand actuary is very strong. But then when you think about as you move through your career, it really becomes brand self. Like, so brand Roseanne, so she's a great leader. She's got good strategic thinking, you know, and so the brand actuary kind of takes a little bit less prominence. And in some cases, the prominence of it entirely disappears. And I think this is too, as a profession, for those of us who aren't competing in the Young Actuaries Cup, is, you know, what can we be doing a bit is with respect to promoting brand actuary as well to help out the younger ones coming in. So we think about, you know, so we started thinking about this, and when you start your career, like it's a lot of the hard skills. It's your math, it's your programming, it's your analysis. And as you move through your career, the soft skills become of more prominence. So it's like being able to synthesize the information coming from various different sources, keeping up that curiosity that I think actuaries have, bringing in like strategic thinking and professionalism. And this is where we're at right now. So we still have a lot of work to do, as you can see, but I think we've now got, thanks to Amali's good Microsoft skills, we're able to have something to take the conversation forward and really start digging more into the details now that we've got this higher level view. So what I'm asking from council is, I don't want to say move this box here and that box there. I don't want that type of reaction, but if there's any, if our thinking sort of is entirely wrong, I'd like to know that, as well as if you have worked on this at your own, with your own associations, please do contact me so that we're able to work on those regional differences. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jill, and thanks to you and members of the task force as well for the work so far. Any questions or comments or particularly inputs for Jill at this stage? We will be sharing these slides, and so you'll be able to engage with this and also provide feedback or inputs afterwards. We're particularly keen to be leveraging off work that has perhaps already been done in various associations around the world as well. Looking around the room. Anything online, Chris? No. Great. Thanks so much, Jill. And then the other statement of intent that was approved at the December 2021 meeting of council was to do with the work on pandemics, and so we formed the pandemics task force, and we do have a group that have been very active in the space of pandemics who are on this task force, which is being led by Adrian Vasca. Do you want to just go to the next slide? Unfortunately, since the last council meeting, there has been limited progress due to some incapacity from the chair, but I think that the acceleration of these activities is now taking off. So just at this stage, to give some assurance to council that that is the case. And also to give the context that the pandemics task force is not just about looking backwards and what have we learned from COVID as we are hopefully emerging from it, although we may not be out of the woods just yet. But it's not just about looking at COVID, which is why it's called the pandemics task force. It's about understanding what this means from a risk perspective going forward and how we can support risk preparation and contribute the actuarial skill set to the space. It's interesting that there was some work, in fact, a number of years ago, the Mortality Working Group had done a paper on epidemics and pandemics, and so there was opportunity to update that. So again, as with the task force on the Future Actuary Task Force, we are anxious to ensure that we leverage off the excellent work that has been done by member associations around the globe, rather than recreating work. So please ensure if there is anything that you feel should be considered by this task force, that you're letting us know about that. So then another item that I wanted to put before council at this stage of my feedback is around the timing of our ICAs. I always used to convey to my colleagues that the ICA is like the actuarial Olympics, in that it happens every 4 years. I think that's probably about the only thing that it has in common with the Olympics, other than, of course, the global participation, but certainly a lot more collaborative than competitive in that comparison. But one of the sort of outcomes of this period of COVID is that we had to delay our ICA in Sydney, Australia, and we land up with a 3-year gap between the ICA 2023 in Australia and 2026, which will be in Japan. So it caused us to think about the frequency of ICAs and whether in fact it would be more appropriate to have our ICAs more frequently, and also considering that the volume of material that was submitted to ICA was I think almost double, Bazana can confirm, almost double the capacity of sessions at ICA, which suggests that there certainly is an opportunity to provide more platform or more frequent platforms for that kind of work and disseminating research and so forth. And so one of the ways in which we aim to do that is to increase the frequency, and considering that we are now moving into this hybrid world, which I think is with us to stay, it will mean that we can reach more regions in the world if we are rotating across the different regions, as well as provide that platform on a more frequent basis. So something that requires a change in the internal regulations in terms of the frequency. So I'm not seeking any approval at this point, but simply just raising this as a consideration, so that there is an opportunity for you to consider, for your associations to consider the implications thereof, and to provide us that feedback. And then based on that, we would perhaps present those updates to the regulations at our next council meeting. I just pause there and see if there are any comments or questions on this. And I might call upon Michiel to just comment from the section's perspective. Are you online?
Yes, I am online.
So Michiel, this has been socialized with the section. So do you want to just give us some brief comment?
I think the sections have been very active over the last year, and now picking up the pace after the COVID period. While during the COVID period, we were very active in organizing seminars, virtual colloquia, reaching out to the regional communities. But now we are gradually increasing the outreach to local local seminars, activities, and but also we keep on busy online. And the last example was the ActiveView, the Convention A. Sorry to say the name wrongly, but that was a good success. Only the participation was falling low, so we could do more in marketing. And that's another point where we will work on in the next quarter and maybe next 2 quarters, is to increase the visibility, the awareness, to go out to FMAs to explain better what we do and how we can collaborate between sections and FMAs. And I think that's it for now.
Thanks, Michiel. And I think as well, the section leadership was supportive of this suggestion of increasing the frequency of the ICA meetings, and I think particularly also the regional rotation of that. Great. So this finally brings me to a motion relating to the report back of the Executive Committee, which is regarding the appointments and reappointments to leadership positions. Now, of course, you'll be hearing from the chair of the nominations committee after our break. These leadership positions that are ratified at this point in time are the leadership positions that the Executive Committee is responsible for. So it is a ratification of the deployment charts as have been approved by the Executive Committee for those positions that fall under the oversight of the Executive Committee. So the deployment charts were attached to the agenda. One point to flag is that sadly Richard Galbraith has indicated that he is unable to continue in his role as chair of the Advice and Assistance Committee, and so we will be seeking nominations for that position. I think Tanya will speak more of that in her feedback. But having said that, the deployment chart stands in terms of as it was approved by the Executive Committee, and so it is really a motion for ratification at this stage. So can I put that motion to the floor in terms of a proposer for the deployment chart as presented?
Carlos.
Thank you, Jason. And Juan Carlos will second. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Any discussion on the deployment chart as presented? Seeing none, we can move to, oh, I beg your pardon, Thomas?
Yes, I have some interrogation about the respect of diversity, about the IAA delegates to sections. I see that quite all of them are coming from United States and Canada, and would be interested to know how the criteria of diversity was respected for that.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. It is a particular challenge, as you highlight, to make sure that we address diversity in all of the appointments, but we are also constrained in terms of the the candidates that we have to consider. And what you have flagged is a particular concern and something that that moving forward we would certainly want to make sure that there is greater diversity in those appointments. Unfortunately, in many of those cases, we didn't even have candidates who were proposed. So I really would like to encourage member associations to be thinking not just about the committee and forum positions, but also in terms of those relationships with the sections, because hopefully, as we've highlighted here, there's a lot of important work, and that liaison role is really valuable and important for the IAA. Thanks for flagging that, Tamar. Good, then we can go to the vote. Oh, we already have the vote online, so in the room, all of those in favor of ratification of the appointments? Thank you. Any votes against? And any abstentions? Thank you very much. So that passes that motion, and congratulations to all of those volunteers who have now been appointed and reappointed, and of course with our great and sincere thanks for the time and energy that is committed to those roles, and thanks as well to all of the associations that made nominations for those various positions. I must say, with that exception of the section delegates, it is great to see the interest and support that we're getting from the member associations. So that, I think, comes to the end of my feedback from the executive committee. I think it just remains for me to thank my colleagues, a number of whom are in the room. So I see, make sure I don't forget anyone. So Estella and Alf and Al and Jill and Jerry, I think, is in the room, and Jacques, is Jacques here? And also David Dubois from France, who is unfortunately not able to attend the meetings. Thank you to all of you, and of course my fellow officers who are also members of the executive committee. So thank you for the work that you've done, and also thank you to the Secretariat. It has been, I think, an incredibly tough year for the Secretariat. So Mathieu, thank you to you and to your team for supporting us in the work that we've done as well. So a round of applause. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Jan in his capacity as chair of the Strategic Planning Committee for the feedback of the SPC.
Thank you, Roseanne. Now we're going to have fun. So next slide, please. So last council meeting in Brussels, we were talking about a 5-year strategic plan, and at that moment we didn't have the supporting financial plan for that 5 years. So we were only talking about our strategic objectives, where we had worked on within the SPC for quite a period. But that financial element we didn't speak about. And secondly, that was raised by a couple of people, specifically Gabor. He was missing the flesh on the bone. It's not on those two topics, I certainly will pay some attention over here. So we started with the strategic objectives. What is it that we try to achieve within the 5 years? And of course, we have all kinds of supporting objectives and what kind of actions are we going to do. I'm not going to emphasize all the actions which we have in mind, but certainly I will come up with a few examples. But this is the strategic plan. So it is not already a sum of all the actions we have in mind, because it is a process. It is a 5-year process where the EC is certainly will be involved and will be required to define for what kind of actions, what are we going to do differently as of tomorrow to get those to those strategic objectives. Next slide, please. The strategic objectives which we described, which we defined, are for the next 5 years. So we're not talking about our mission, but we are talking about where is our focus, where will our focus be in the next 5 years, are engagement, awareness, and outreach. I spoke about that quite intensively last council meeting. So at this point in time, only a summary of what we are meaning with that. Next slide, please. So a couple of examples. With engagement, our statement is that together we can achieve more. Just an example, a couple of weeks, or at least what we try to achieve is that to increase the cohesion and collaboration within the IAA. We really want to be a global firm and make sure that we really benefit of all the fantastic resources we have, and all the different parts of the world can contribute to that. And we can exchange, we can learn from each other, and together, as I said, we can achieve more. And just as an example, a couple of weeks ago, I got no, it was earlier on, we got the invitation from Brazil to then attend their Congress. So a couple of weeks ago, I was able to go to Brazil, attend that Congress, speak with the board over there, and not only to talk about Brazil itself, but also the situation in South America. Because of several reasons, it is simply not that easy to really make that connection to all members. And from time to time, you simply need to show up, also to get a better understanding what is going on over there. And I really was pleasantly surprised with that fantastic Congress, how I got welcomed. Letitia, thank you very much for that. And also there was quite some interest in how can we participate more in the activities of the IAA. And we had quite a good dialogue about where we can add value to each other. And also discussing how to have a better collaboration between the different countries in South America. So this is an example of where we say where we can improve the engagement. Regarding awareness, what we try to achieve is the IAA will be the face of the global profession. So the actuarial profession will be the go-to for solving risk management problems, just as an example. And so the A2II initiative, which Roseanne already described, and by the way, it has been on the council meetings already for a few years. It is fantastic. So that fits in our 5-year strategic plan. So we certainly would like to do more. So the A2II initiative, where we are building actuarial capacity at the Supras in developing countries. That is really something like through these kind of initiatives, we are able to really be seen as a face of the actuarial profession and the representative of that. Regarding outreach, so we would like to improve the outreach. A couple of examples. So first of all, what we really want to achieve is that the IAA is known as the voice of the international profession by the internal stakeholders and the external stakeholders. So there's that deviation. And meaning that we will do that regular horizon scanning about opportunities to add value. And that is taking place at this moment at within the SPC. That is that flesh on the bones where a number of us are really looking forward to. So where is that flesh on the bone regarding the 5-year strategic plan? And we certainly would like to bring those topics to Supras. So Micheline, perhaps you can say something about the macro societal themes, for instance, which we discussed yesterday. What are we thinking of?
Yes, so the SPC has done some brainstorming, a number of topics, and came out with 3 topics that were of more interest. And these topics cover how, for example, the actuaries can help address sustainable development goals through insurance and social security. Another idea that is going to be developed further is the water utilization or sustainability of water. And the third one is on healthcare sustainability, as we see problems with the aging population and the fact that healthcare is often an expense, not an investment, things like that. So that's basically what we're looking at. We're putting more flesh on the bones on these, so to come back to SPC and then decide where to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Micheline. And another element, another example of that outreach is also, because I also refer to the internal stakeholders, is really improving our communication. And that is now, as described earlier on, with that Mobilize initiative, we are better positioned to keep in contact with our organization and to leverage all the things we are doing. And that work we should recall every time again, because it really would be a pity if we don't leverage, you know. Next slide, please. Then this building, I do recall that last time in Brussels, Elf was saying, that is my building, I used it somewhere. Now, I can tell you, no, this is not your building, this is the Pantheon, which Matteo and I visited last week when we were in Rome attending the AAE meeting. So that is the inspiration for this building. Now, more seriously, as I described last time, so in the same picture, how do those strategic objectives fit in our vision and our mission? So our vision stands for what we have. It is simply not something which we are going to change frequently. It is something we defined earlier. And the same with the mission. So a couple of years ago, we changed the mission into impact, assure, and advance. At that moment, we called them our strategic objectives, but in fact, it is the mission. So they are not promoted already at that moment. That is our mission. It is only that for the next 5 years, we would like to focus on engagement, awareness, and outreach, and that's what we call our strategic objectives. And of course, as I said, all kind of actions, the whole action plan need to be defined. And the missing part was that sustainable financing with agreement of on a fee increase. I mentioned it last time in Brussels, but we didn't have an agreement within the SPC, so we couldn't at that point in time. So we couldn't come up with a recommendation at that point in time. But now we can. Next slide, please. Just a description of where we stand. Our fee at this moment is 18.75 Canadian dollars per member with an actuarial credential. Over the last 5 years, we have been busy with cutting expenses and really improving efficiency, streamlining our structure. That was a wish of our members, so we took that seriously, and together we've achieved that. So it's not only officers or not only executive committee, it is really together with our members and especially through the SPC, trying to find out where we could change things to get a better balance between the costs and the benefits of our organization. We have to say that inflation and staffing retentions in the meantime are really a major concern. Inflation is really an element which we can't ignore anymore. We already noticed that we've lost some staff due to uncompetitive wages. And we simply lack capacity at Secretariat at this moment to take on new projects. Communication tools we already described. Next slide, please. So, if you look at the 5-year strategic plan, and if you think of all the things we would like to do, we projected additional expenses, and we simply said over that 5-year period, we simply need an additional 800K Canadian dollars. And where is that money going to? First of all, improve the communication and IT. That we estimate that will be 300 Canadian dollars. So we don't have an offer yet of an external organization, but this is simply our estimation based on experiences from other organizations and from the past. Secondly, increase assistance for supra engagement and representation. So Roseanne already mentioned what fantastic work we are doing so far towards the supra, but especially because, as we described during the town hall meeting, we certainly would like to become more proactive. Then there's room for improvements regarding that proactiveness. And that means that we think we can improve the insistence for supra engagement and representation. And therefore and that's part of our 5-year strategic plan, that whole outreach function and awareness in some way as well. So we would like to have additional funds to improve that. Better support for FMA engagement and representation. We already spoke about the engagement, for instance, with South America, and where we visited Brazil, but also where we supported the Portuguese organization in a seminar. These kind of initiatives we would like to do more, and that is simply that costs something. Last point, raise awareness through advice and assistance. We still have some developing parts on the globe where we think that through advice and assistance we can get into a better situation, that we are more and more a real global organization. And we estimate that we need another 100K Canadian dollars for that. So 800 Canadian dollars, 800K Canadian dollars for the next 5 years, on average 160K per year. And it's simply difference per year how we spend that money. So it could be that in the first year we will spend more time on our members, and later on other elements, but that will be part of the executive committee plan. But on average, as I said, 160K Canadian dollars a year. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is that we discussed at SPC several scenarios, and our recommendation is that we, for the next 5 years, we have a one-time fee increase of 1.5 Canadian dollar per member with an actuarial credential. I can't guarantee that within the next 5 years we will have another discussion, but at this moment we don't anticipate. So it is not a promise, but at this moment we think we can deal with the situation, but you never know what inflation will bring us, further inflation. And at the end of the 5 year, then we anticipate a shortfall of roughly 95,000 Canadian dollars. Even after we have used the IAA special fund, and at this moment it's around 180,000 Canadian dollars. But our reserve position is good enough. That's our estimation to deal with that shortfall. And of course, there are two elements I would like to emphasize. First of all, and a couple of our members already mentioned that to us, every year we would like to see a report where for what kind of actions do you need that money. So please report to us how you spend that money. So that is for sure something we need to do. And please challenge us as officers and as EC constantly that we will be transparent on this, and that it is clear to everyone that this money is well spent. Otherwise, a situation of intransparency is for no one is good. And secondly, so that is more reporting backwards. Every year we will have that IAA budget discussion, which we simply have at the council meeting, and where we can specify more in details what kind of actions we plan for the upcoming year. So that's another opportunity for all our members to challenge us whether we do the right things with the money you provided us. So that's that is the story behind it. So the motion which we would like to put in place is that on the recommendation of the Strategic Planning Committee, Council approve the 5-year strategic plan, the supporting financial plan, and the related membership fee increase. And now I would like to open the floor for questions or remarks. And I see.
Yeah, I think we must just move and
okay, sorry,
first. You forgot.
Yeah, I'm not the president.
So first a call for a mover for the motion, and can I ask for someone to propose? Thank you, Bazana, and a seconder. Thank you, Mike. So now we can move to discussion.
Mike.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Audubon Bismarck is a 19th century German chancellor. He said, "The laws are like sausages. It is best not to see them being made." I think maybe the same can be said about budget making. A good case has been made for the proposed budget. I appreciate a lot of time and work went into finalizing the proposals. There's no doubt in my mind that an increase is needed. There's been, as you mentioned, no change since 2015. We've had soaring inflation. We've got an out-of-date IT infrastructure. It's important that we upgrade it because we rely more and more on technology and virtual meetings. I think look at the proposal, it looks like maybe 1/3 to 1/2 of the budget increase has been well explained as it's simply needed to preserve business as usual. If we don't have some increase, things will just deteriorate. At the same time, the rest of the budget increase is somewhat aspirational. We have some future initiatives in there. The SPC spent at least 3 meetings on this in London, Brussels, and online. The topic of mitigating actions was raised to improve the financial efficiency. Unfortunately, there was no time to agree on any of these. And as far as I can tell, none were included in the final budget. So going forward, on behalf of the SOA, I'm making a plea for 3 things. Better budget planning in future. Number 2, more time to focus on financial efficiency measures. And number 3, you touched upon this, Jan, already, more transparency, including regular reporting back to council on the costs and benefits of the strategic initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other comments? I see Wilhelm. You're still on mute.
Yes, because I thought Louise was raising her hand before me, but just a short comment. I think the projects are, and I fully agree with Mike, are not so clear currently. And what is important in the next years to have a really clear reporting on the strategic projects as to these different topics. And by the way, we will certainly support this increase because especially inflation, you mentioned that is an easy topic, but in any case, inflation will need a lot of this money, and without this increase, we will not be able to pay our staff in the next 5 years. Yeah, that is more my remark, and I hope for a clear reporting on strategic initiatives next year. That was not so convincing for me today. Thanks.
Thank you, Wilhelm. Gianpaolo.
Thank you very much, Jan. 2, 3 brief remarks. The first, that Italy supported and support today the strategic plan. I want only to say, and I am very happy that I hope we approve this plan, but a remark concern the future of actuary. Yesterday during the CPC, I made a congratulation to the task force because I found many principles that we agree as Italian Association in the slides and more. And in our mind, it is important that the future of actuary must go on in parallel or together, or I say better, included in the strategic plan, because for me, it's impossible to think to the strategic plan without the future of actuary, or to think to the future of actuary without a strategic plan. The second remark concern a question. I said also in the spring meeting that it is necessary to apply fastly, because my feeling is that the external world ask to actuary to give a reply to 1,000 of risk emerging also, and we are able to quantify if the data are available, and through communication, which is essential, we must be able to explain to the world that we are able to do, because we can give a great support to government, corporates, etc. Finally, I am very happy that we have a strategic plan, because I have a principle in my mind that if you wanted to arrive to a goal, we must invest. We can decide how invest, how much invest, okay? But we must invest in any case. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianpaolo. Louise.
Thank you. At the IFOA, we're fully supportive of this proposal. But any other future proposals we would take on their own merits and look at the reasoning that was given. I would urge you, however, to think seriously about the impact of inflation. We're already expecting much higher inflation this year, and we'll be moving into a higher inflation environment in many people's opinion, including mine. And that means that we have to do some serious planning about the effects of future inflation over the 5-year period.
Thank you, Louise. It is very good. Now I won't react to any individual at this moment. So first, Gabor.
Thank you, Jan. First of all, on behalf of my association, the Hungarian Actuary Society, we support the financial plan and the increase in the fees. And I wanted to say something very similar that Louise has just said. So the fee has been stable for quite a number of years. Now, there should be a warning to members that it may not be as stable in the future because of what Louise has just said. So we are living in a much more volatile world than 10 years ago or 5 years ago. After the pandemic, the war, and inflation and other disruptions. So be prepared that other or increases might be necessary in the future. And I think this message should be clear to all members of the IA. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you, Gabor, for that message. So, Thomas.
Yes, as previous speakers, we support also strategic plan and the increase. We can't escape inflation, and so as Gabor said, it would be interesting just to note that we will have also inflation perhaps in the future, and that it will move, just to also to prepare ourselves to this for the future, how you think that it could go. And I would like also to congratulate all the tactical innovations that have been done about offices and finding people elsewhere than in Canada to better address the needs, which is part of that. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Thomas. Other questions, comments? Mary Frances.
Yeah, just two comments. One, the $1.50 increase was based upon some relatively, what we would say today was modest inflationary assumptions. And so, yeah, just to reiterate what a number of other delegates have said, that it's probably not going to be able to hold for 5 years. There's just no way. But I'd also like to comment, yesterday at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting, we were presented with some really interesting information about the activity of the IAA over the last year. If I recall the slide correctly, it said something like approximately 800 events were sponsored or participated in by the IAA over the last year. And, we have now pared back the in-person meetings to what I would consider to be a bare minimum. And we're actually running 800 mostly online meetings on a budget that is a shoestring. And I think that the EC and the leadership are to be commended for, and Mathieu in particular, for their real effort and success in really turning the IA around since our reorganization plan, and really developing a very efficient and really bare bones, but effective financial plan.
Thank you, Mary Frances. Thank you. If there are no other comments or questions, certainly thank you for all the feedback. It is sure that there is a task for us also, and especially regarding the budget, that we really provide all the details and create the transparency, and that we have the dialogue with our members to what extent we are doing the right things. Efficiency will constantly will be on top of our mind, and certainly it will come back somewhere, whether it's in the SPC or at other places in our organization. So thank you for the feedback, and yeah, I would like to hand it over to you now, Roseanne, because you know much better how the process works.
I've been practicing. Thanks, Jan. So now we go to the vote on the motion as it's presented, which is regarding both the plan as well as the financial plan. So the motion has already been proposed and seconded. So we now go to the vote. So those in favor of the motion, please indicate. Thank you. Any voting against? Any abstentions?
Yes. Yeah,
One abstention. Thank you. Is that noted by the Secretariat? And in terms of the online, I see we have, I can't quite see the numbers, but we must record then we have vote against and the balance in favor. But on that basis, the motion requires a simple majority to pass. And so the motion is passed. So thanks to you, Jan, but you are not off the hook yet. But I think as a reward for passing this motion, we can take a coffee break.
Thank you.
All right, we are now refreshed from the coffee break. So I hope everyone is back online. Can I just have a thumbs up that you're hearing us again? Excellent, thank you. On the agenda, we are still on the point of the SPC feedback. So Jan, I think Christian, we need to jump to slide 62. There we go. Excellent. Jan, back to you.
Thank you, Roseanne. One thing which we would like to change in the protocol of the SPC is a kind of the introduction of a cooling off period. At this moment, it's still possible, according to the protocol, if you roll off this year, that you immediately put your name forward again for next year. And it could be that through the lottery, your FMA will then be again as a member of the SPC. And that is something we would like to change for a better rotation, more diversity and inclusion, and also regarding the feeling of fairness. So that is something which we didn't include at the moment we started the SPC, and it had something to do with the fact that already as of the first year a member would roll off. And therefore we had something like now, perhaps not at the start, but now it's the moment. So after a couple of years of experience with the SPC, that we would like to introduce this cooling off period, which means that if you roll off, that you can't put your name of your FMA for the next round, but after a year you can do that. So next slide, please. So at the end of this year, the next 3 FMAs, the next 3 members of us will roll off the SPC. So from tier 1, that's the CAS. Tier 2, it is the Australian Association, and tier 3, it's Sri Lanka. Sorry for you, but according to our new protocol, you need to wait another year to put your name in the bucket again. This is something where we need your approval for. It is not a motion at this point in time. We would like to organize that through a ballot. And please be aware that at the moment we ask for new names for SPC. It could be that the ballot at that point in time hasn't passed yet. But at this moment in time, we think that we already will do that, the organization of new members, through the new protocol. So this is information, and it could be that you have any questions or remarks. Am I allowed to ask that?
You are,
yeah.
yes.
So anyone? No, Gabor.
Thank you, Jan. As a matter of fact,
we don't hear you, Gabor. No.
You hear me now?
I think it's your headphones.
No,
yeah, we still don't hear you.
No.
I can hear you, Gabor.
Okay. Yeah.
Online, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So, as a matter of fact, I don't consider this change as very important, because as envisaged at the creation of the SPC, and member association can be an observer. And indeed, under the excellent leadership of Jan, observers had their voice heard. So the order is always, members first and then observers, but indeed, all observers could make their point. So if you're passionate enough, I would say, and you're an observer, you can participate in the work of the SPC almost the same way as if you were a member. So that diminishes a bit to the importance of this. But I agree with the motions or the proposed change, but just let everybody know that this, in practice, this has not as much importance as perhaps it may seem. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor, for this addition. And by the way, Gabor is a perfect example of how an observer can contribute to the discussions within SPC. And thank you for all that energy, Gabor. So it is really a contribution to the live debate and dialogue and the energy in our committee. Thank you, and that's it. Wilhelm.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I fully support this cooling off proposal because there should be a difference between members of the SPC and observers. Yeah. And by the way, just one question. Last year, if I remember right, for tier 2, we just had one candidate plus one candidate who was looking for a renewal. Yeah. What would happen if you do not have any candidates? Yeah. Is that then a free seat or?
Yeah, we discussed that because one of the members raised those questions, and there was even a suggestion to already take that into account in the whole protocol and what is going to happen at that point in time. So, as officers, we have something like now we're not sure whether we already need to describe that situation.
Yeah.
So we expect that there will be enough members who are interested in that, in part of the SPC, also because of the fact that you see that the number of observers is really increasing. So therefore, we don't anticipate that, and we rather not really change the protocol specifically for that situation.
Okay.
I would like to hand it over to you, Rosa.
Thank you very much, Jan. If we go to the next slide, it's questions about the SPC and their work. So if there are any questions now more broadly on the feedback from the SPC, we can take those now if there are any. But I think we've had good discussion. Mike.
Just a quick question. When SPC was first formed, as Jan said, we had members and we had observers. And I think that was it. And sometimes those discussions were private and later on they became public. The idea was that we would work out any controversial issues and then we all come out united. I noticed though that sometimes we allow anybody to come in, like at this meeting here, we had an SPC meeting which was open to all, and sometimes we don't. So that seems a bit inconsistent. Maybe we could get some consistency there. Maybe you can comment on
that. As far as my, let's say, I'm concerned, I think that we try to achieve a transparency. That really closed room discussions we haven't had. I do understand we need to have some consistency in that. I have to say, due to the fact that there is more interest from observers, yeah, we can't ignore it. But certainly what we try to do is make that split between a member contribution and an observer contribution. And that is the development through the process. But
I wasn't raising any concern about observers. I was raising concern about people who are neither observers nor members that may be attending.
No. No.
Yeah, it wouldn't normally be the case. It was just because we are in this environment, but it wouldn't normally be the case. So there's no invitation to anyone other than the members and observers.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, and perhaps we need to think of for the next time.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
So thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, I think the design of the SPC was that one observer is allowed per FMA. That observer needs to be notified to the secretary in advance. No other persons are allowed to participate in SPC meeting unless the chair specifically invites for specific agenda items others than members or observers. So it's a closed group, but observers are allowed So I think it's a good balance, and it has worked, in my assessment, it has worked quite well so far. Thank you.
Great. I think we have, that is all the questions on the SPC. So thank you. And thank you to all the members of the SPC and the observers that have participated in a range of robust discussions and certainly have led us to a point where we can, as you have seen today, present something that is ready for council's consideration. So thank you for that. So the next statutory committee that we will be hearing a report back from is the Nominations Committee, which is chaired by Tanya in her role as penultimate past president. So Tanya, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Roseanne. I have a short presentation for you today, and we will jump right into it. First of all, I like to frame why we are here and talking about the Nominations Committee to remind everyone that we are all volunteers in this room, and we are all spending our personal time to make our actual profession better and our global profession stronger. And there are many volunteers who do work that amazes me every day, how much time and effort and passion is put into what we do. So I first want to thank all of you who are in current roles or who we will hopefully be approving for future roles in 2023. So this is the process that the Nominations Committee goes through each year. We start off with our solicitation for FMAs to provide names of possible people to fill leadership roles or membership in certain committees. We report on who has been submitted and give you a little bit of a look at the demographics, if you will, of that. And that's what we did in our last council meeting in May when we were in Belgium. Since that time, we have done steps 3 and 4, which is the Nominations Committee has had some discussions, and we made some decisions as far as who we wanted to propose both to the Executive Committee and directly to Council on who we think would be appropriate for these important roles. If you click just one time, not 2, but just 1. The danger of animation and slides. But where we are today is to review the proposals that the Nominations Committee has put forth for certain committees. If we'll go to the next slide, we will look at these actual proposals. One more click. And these were provided, I should say, through a link in the 15-day agenda. So you have this information, but perhaps in a somewhat overwhelming spreadsheet that is on our list of things to address. I'm going to present that to you in a different format that might be a little bit easier to follow. So these are all of the positions that the Nominations Committee looks at and discuss as shown on the prior flow chart. Today, we are only going to be focusing on what is shaded in gray, which is statutory and limited committee membership, which includes the Executive Committee, the Nominations Committee, which is actually providing this information, as well as audit and finance and actuarial standards. Next slide. So what I have done is I put these, the Nominations Committee and the Executive Committee will be presented in 2 consecutive slides. One will show you the current membership and one will show you the proposed membership if you approve what has been put forth today. I have gone through, you could argue more links than necessary. However, I have worked very hard on shading the little boxes at the bottom so that you can see the members at the bottom are those who are at large or elected members, and gives you just a really quick check on how the diversity looks on a region basis. The yellow, or it appears yellow to me, will indicate Aloha, yes, Aloha. And then in the red is going to be USC, and in blue will be Europe. And you can see this is the current composition. At the top, I've also provided the ex officio members, which is the chair, myself, and Jan Kars, who is the immediate past president. And then we have Roseanne and Micheline, who also participate. So this is the current Nominations Committee. You can see at the bottom, I've also indicated what year their term is through. So we have 3 who had a term through 2022. And I want to thank those who will be rolling off, Marius, Jason, and Eve. Next slide. So this is the proposed membership, just shifting over the two columns of members who have not had their term expire. And we're adding in the right column 2025, and those are who are being proposed. You can see that I feel there's still a good diversity of regions achieved, and we'll look at diversity in different ways in prior slides. Next. Now look at the executive committee, the exact same format where we have the chair, who is Roseanne, and then we have Micheline and Jan, who are also ex officio members. At the bottom, we have the current at large or elected members who are part of the executive committee. You can see it is in, we have, again, what I think is fair distribution amongst the different regions. And we have two members, Estella and Alf, who will be rotating off of this committee. And with that, on the next slide, you can see the proposed membership for 2023 Executive Committee if Council approves all nominations as noted at the top. And here we will be adding two members to replace the two who just rotated off. And that would be Peter Whitley, sorry, it's hard for me to see this far, and Gun Albertson. Next slide. I have managed to put both the 2022 and proposed 2023 committee members on just one slide for audit and finance. And here we have two members of audit and finance, including our chair, who has served so diligently, will be rotating off, and that will be Jane and also Brendan. And we are proposing to add in Marius to the committee, as you can see on the bottom. Right, and Brendan would be moving in as a chair with a 2-year rotation. Now, looking at the actual standards committee is quite too many for me to list everybody, but hopefully you caught on to the format by now. And we're showing at the top, the current composition of this committee, and at the bottom, the proposed composition if you approve. Again, trying to give you a very quick visual aid with the color coding to understand how at least the regional diversity is hoped to be achieved. So as I mentioned, I did some color coding to help you understand how we have tried through the nominations committee's efforts to balance out diversity in geographical or regions, and that is through Aloha, through Europe, and through USC, US and Canada. But there are other things that the nominations committee does seek to recognize and provide a balance of diversity across the candidates that were presented. I think it's important to remind everyone that the nominations committee does not have the liberty of just selecting who we want to put forward in these roles. We must choose from those who have been presented to us as candidates, if you will, from the FMAs. So we are relying on you as FMAs to provide us a selection of which we can make these decisions to achieve different types of diversity. We look at geographical, linguistic, who is a native and a non-native English speaker, gender. We did talk a bit yesterday in on Friday in our nominations committee about cultural differences, and finally deciding that it is quite subjective and something that we will perhaps go back to in the future. But we also look at range of skills, practice areas, and size of home FMAs. At the end of the day, we do not make diversity the goal, we make it a consideration, meaning that we do definitely look at and recognize who will be appropriate and a strong person for a position, but at the same time, we have a strong eye toward diversity as well, because we know that that will make the overall group better in and of itself. So I am giving you a little bit of an analysis of the 2023 proposals in the spirit of what I just had on the prior slide. So we'll go on. So here we have the proposed executive committee. Now, as a good actuary who throws up a graph, I want to give you a little bit of an understanding of what you're looking at. And I apologize, it might be a little bit smaller than I'd hoped for those in the room. But the first slide is showing, and I'm bringing it actually up on my computer so I can see it a little bit better. But this is the executive committee, and we're looking at an analysis of regions, Aloha, Europe, and USC. For each of these regions, I provided you 3 pieces of information. The solid bars at the very top that are blue are going to represent the percentage of all of the members with actual credentials that lie in that region. And that is as a percentage. So for example, half of our MWACs, if you want to say it that way, are in the USC. The middle bars that are solid red indicate the percentage of proposed positions. So if you approve the executive committee as put forward, that represents the percentage from each of the regions that the composition would be made of. And the bottom, the dotted blue bar represents the percentage of simply FMAs. So for example, again, picking on USC because it has the biggest difference of the two, it has the smallest percentage of FMAs, but the largest percentage of members with actual credentials. So this is just to give you a sense of how the distribution goes across the different regions, but also how it compares to both the number of FMAs who might put someone forward, as well as the number of actuaries represented by those FMAs. All right, so that's for the executive committee. I did the same analysis looking at the tiers. So looking at, I was like, why didn't it change? Because it's different. Okay. Looking at the different tiers. So you can also get a sense of how we are achieving diversity based on the size of the FMAs themselves, with tier 1 being the largest FMAs, 3 the smallest, and 2 falling in the middle. And the bars represent the exact same things, with the darkest blue bars representing the members with actual credentials, the dotted or dashed blue lines representing the number of the percentage of FMAs, in the middle being the proposal for you. In the next slide, these are just simple little charts. I didn't put the percentages because I think the percentages are important, but if you look at the left, you see the male and the female distribution for this group. And ideally, it would be more representative of the world that we live in, which would be closer to 50-50. And you can see that on this slide, it is slightly more male than female. On the right, we also, I gave you a look at how many are non-native English and native English speakers. It will be a theme that we will see that it typically is going to be more native English speakers, but not quite so far off for this group. Now, going to the next slide, we're going to switch over to the nominations committee. I did the exact same analysis for you. So the dark blue and the dashed blue lines are not changing versus what you saw for the executive committee. Only what is changing is the dark red lines, which indicates the distribution for the particular committee that we're looking at here of the nominations committee. And this seems to be a pretty fair, even distribution across the 3 regions. On the next slide, you can look at it again based on the tiers. Here, we would note that there is a smaller representation of the tier 3. That's something for maybe the group to think about going forward, but it is not too off from if you look at the percentage of the members with actual credentials. Another snapshot, just looking at both gender and those who are native English and non-native English speakers, a little closer to the 50-50 on the left, but a much stronger presence of native English speakers on the right. The next slide is looking at proposed committee leadership roles. I'm not including the forums in this because I think the forums are a little bit of a special situation that's kind of emerging as far as how we evaluate and select those. So this is just the committees, not the forums, as is implied by the title. And we went through the same analysis here so you can get a sense of how the regions are split. On the next slide, we'll see the distribution by tiers. And on the following slide, this is the one that you might want to take a pause and look at that left chart. I did. And the proposed committee leadership roles are very much predominantly male. This is the part that goes, misses the mark the most as far as having that even distribution. But I go back to my statement that we only can select from those that you FMAs present to us. So we do ask that if you see anything in these recommendations that you feel could be better distributed, please provide us with those volunteers, proposed propose volunteers for the leadership roles so we can take that into account. And I do remember in our discussions noting that this is probably how the distribution would go. And in fact, that is where it landed. So here's just an illustration of that. I was happy to see on the right side, however, that the native English and non-native English speakers was best distributed when you looked at our committee leadership roles. Now, in the time that I have left, I'm going to give you, first of all, my personal observations, which is always dangerous, and Roseanne's wondering what I'm about to say. But this is my last time presenting to you, to the council in this role, and I wanted to just give you some observations. And I mentioned at the very beginning that the volunteer passion and commitment, in my opinion, remains very strong. Everyone has been very busy for their whole careers, but I think COVID, the pandemic, and now all the market challenges have escalated our busyness. And so we have seen some folks who have been in leadership roles who've had to adjust their commitments and their ability to serve in those roles. And that's quite understandable. As I mentioned earlier, I am always in awe at how committed our actual volunteers are. And I feel that overall, we still have a very strong passion and commitment. I do feel that there continues to be some misunderstanding of the nominations committee's purpose and process. I do get questions that I have to correct or better guide folks as far as understanding how we go about our process and who we select from. And the most challenging discussions I have, frankly, are why our discussions aren't fully open and our decisions, and there aren't more frank discussions about why someone is or is not selected. That is something I see as necessarily part of how a nominations committee will work. However, I think Jan will probably carry this forward, but anyone who wants to have a discussion about their particular situation can reach out to the chair. I've already had one of those conversations, and we'll do our best to give you what information we feel is appropriate, but more importantly, coaching and guidance on how you might better position yourself going forward. The other points is the gender diversity, as I mentioned on the committee leadership. I would very much like to see that trending more toward 50-50. So anything you can do as FMAs to help with that effort would be appreciated. I would also just take a note in the spirit of what Jill talked about earlier is age diversity cannot be tracked. But we do have to understand that that is important. And that is another thing that we really need FMA support for, recognizing that experience is essential for some of these roles, but also it is important to get at least the membership representing that diversity. And finally, diversity and inclusion is more than a good idea. It is critical for our future. So while I go on and on about all these diversities and show you 1,000 charts, at the end of the day, what really matters is that we execute and we represent the profession in our leadership roles, in our volunteer roles, that is similar to what we see with not only the membership of our FMAs, but also the people that we serve through our work as actuaries. Next slide. Just to emphasize the point, I find this a very inspirational quote. On the next slide, this is per our meeting on Friday. We have a few things that we are considering. I only put this as a draft work plan because it'll be up to Jan as far as what he actually wants to work on in 2023. But these are some of the things that have come to the attention of the nominations committee that they will be thinking about. One, Roseanne mentioned earlier, is we have an immediate need for a new advice and assistant chair for 2023. We will need your help as FMEs to quickly provide us with nominations for that role and suggestions. We will be sending out a solicitation very quickly for that to get that filled as soon as possible. In the meantime, I believe the vice chairs will be asked to do any duties that are called for in that period. We will restart that annual process. That's again illustrated on the right. We are looking at the regulations. There appears to be a little bit of tweaks in there that we need to do to make sure they're consistent with the IA structure post-renewal. We are going to continue to consider ways to support the D&I values in the work that we do. And finally, we're going to explore possible improvements for the selection of forum leaders, understanding that everything is new with the renewal and you have to take a step back and see, is it working? Can it work better? With that, that concludes my presentation, and I will pass it over to Roseanne to properly position us for a vote.
Thanks, Tanya. But perhaps before we go to, let's go to the vote and then have the discussion. I was going to say if there's any questions of clarity on the process, but we can accommodate that in the discussions on the vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's go to the vote. Any proposer for the appointments and reappointments which are attached in this agenda item? Gabor, thank you for proposing, and seconder, I see Estella. Thank you. So any discussion, including questions of clarity to Tanya regarding the nominations process, as well as the proposals that we see in the chart? I see Wilhelm. Oh, sorry. I see.
Okay, it's me now?
Yes, yes, you go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I think thanks a lot for the presentation, and I support all these diversity criteria. One recommendation, the nominations committee should think about a cooling off period as well. In the SPC, we have discussed that, especially for the EC. It is necessary from my point of view that you have a cooling off period, not for the delegate, for the association of 1 year. And renewal should not be possible because a term of 4 years is long enough, 8 years. But I think that is still the case, I hope. And I would ask really, but not today for discussion, perhaps next year, then for a cooling off period of 1 year, at least for the EC and for some important statutory committees, maybe as well. But the nominations committee should think about that.
I will quickly respond to that. And we actually did touch on this topic. It was suggested as part of our discussion on Friday. Per our discussions, I wouldn't say we've made a definitive and last decision, but we did not make a decision to change anything at this point, Wilhelm. Thinking that these committees, when you're put on nominations and when you're put as a member of the executive committee, you are not placed as a representative of any FMA. So it is quite different where on the SPC, you are directly representing for sure an FMA, and the cooling off period could make sense. That's as far as we got in our discussions. I'm not saying the door is closed, but the inclination of the nominations committee was that if we did this, it would imply that someone put on nominations or executive committee was in fact representing a particular FMA, and we do not want to emphasize or imply that in any way. And I think that's what would happen with such a cooling off period. Thank you.
But Tonya, I do not want to discuss that today, but I do not want always to make a comparison to the AAE. There we have a cooling off period, renewal is not possible, and it's just 3 years. We should be careful if one association would be on the EC for 8 years. That is not diversity, certainly not. Yeah, but just a proposal, and EC or SPC could think about that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think also we're in the discussion was that it's a consideration. That all of these are considerations that the nominations committee can take a number of factors into account, including the representation across or the proposals made by various FMAs. Philip, apologies, I see that you actually did have your hand up first. It's just my view of the screen, so please go ahead.
Thanks, Roseanne. Always happy to cede the floor to Wilhelm. Thanks, Tanya, for your presentation. I was interested in the slides, the various charts going through. I got the sense that ALOA was, shall we say, overrepresented relative to the number of MWACs. No issue with that at all. I was just wondering if that was a conscious decision or if it was just the way things worked out.
It was not a conscious decision. It was likely derivative of who was put forth. And one of our considerations was obviously regions. And I think we tried to reach balance. So I'm not sure which of those did not seem quite overly represented to you, but we did try to get at least 1/3 in each of those positions. So. Which by its function, I guess, having the 1/3, when you look relative to the distribution of the members with actual credential, the objective of having 1/3 in each actually is what then creates that kind of disconnect. Yeah.
Tamar, I think you are next online. Then I see Mary Frances in the room.
Okay.
Tamar?
Yes, just to follow up on the discussion about IAS section delegates. So you said that you didn't receive candidates from other parts of the world except Canada and United States. So in sometimes I know that nomination committee can only choose among people who are proposed. Perhaps it could be good that we have some kind of alert for FMAs in advance of the closing of the period, just to note that please, we don't have enough diversity in the candidates that we receive before the end of the period. So something which is free for nomination committee, because you don't need a text to do that. But perhaps it could be good to help for diversity, just to remind a bit in advance that you don't have enough candidates for such profiles.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Yes, Tamar, I completely agree, and I think there's a proactive aspect that we can look at too. Thank you. Mary France, did you have a comment? Any other comments in the room? Great, then I think we can move to the vote. So the motion before us is the appointments and reappointments. So can I ask those in the room to please indicate if you are in support? Great, any against? And any abstentions? Wonderful, thank you so much. So congratulations to all of those nominees and successful appointments, and thank you to all of those who have made themselves available. As you can see, it is quite a challenge for the nominations committee in terms of balancing, and I'm pleased to say that it is a challenge because it means that there are nominations being put forward. So if you were not successful, it certainly does not reflect a lack of appreciation for your willingness, and please continue to bring those nominations forward. So with that, I'm going to move on to the next committee report, which is the Audit and Finance Committee, which is the last of the statutory sections of the agenda that we're going to be hearing from. So Jane, as has been noted, this is Jane's last report as chair of this committee. So Jane, over to you.
Thank you, Roseanne. So a brief update today, as we are partway through the financial year, so my report tends to be shorter at this time of year. So on the agenda today, I'm going to let you know what we've been up to, and what we've been doing on your behalf, and you will see, hopefully in the papers that were circulated with the council agenda, what part of that work has led us to give you a motion to slightly change our terms of reference. We'll have a quick look at the third quarter financial statements and the forecasted outcome for the end of the year. I'm required to report to you on a snapshot of the current investment portfolio. And then at this time of year, we have to bring to you a motion to approve the auditors to carry out the annual audit for the accounts after the end of the year. So looking at the work plan, on your behalf, we carry out regular monitoring of the financial reporting. Caroline prepares quarterly financial statements for us, which we challenge and probe and look for any deviations from budget. So it's important to understand that Audit and Finance doesn't set the budget. We get given the budget by EC, and our role on Audit and Finance is to monitor the outcome, the actual revenue and expenditure against that budget, and to challenge it where it's out of line. When I came to you in Brussels, I indicated that we would be doing some work on the risk register. This is still a work in progress. Caroline and I have revamped the risk register quite significantly to identify the key risks, what might cause those risks, the impact it could have on the IEA, and finally, who owns that risk and the controls to mitigate it. The current risk register, whilst admirable in its brevity, because you can get it onto one page, is exceptionally short on controls and the governance around accountability. And therefore, in my view, it's inadequate as a way of controlling the risk for the IEA. So we've still got a little bit of work to do, and I hope to have got that into a good place before I finally hand the chair over to Brendan. We then looked at all our financial policies and our terms of reference as good practice. And while we were looking at our terms of reference, we saw they needed a little bit of tweaking. As I said, they're circulated with the agenda because we realised that they needed to be updated to reflect our hybrid ways of working. So we couldn't actually do what it asked us to do. So we've certainly tweaked the wording on that, and I would commend the motion to you later. Moving on then to the financial statements then. This is for the year to 30th of September. So the left-hand columns show the position as at the end of September. We've got the actual position showing that there's a net surplus of nearly 1.8 million Canadian dollars there. The forecast outturn for the end of the year, if you move to the right-hand side, the third line of numbers down, is still about 1.8 million. Moving on down to the bottom numbers there, it shows what the revenue and expenses have been over the period. So you'll see our revenue is 1.35 million Canadian dollars to the end of the year. We've got expenses of 1.3 and a small surplus showing at the end of the year. And that compares to the numbers in the next column, which were the budget. So you can see our revenue is slightly down and our expenses are also slightly down. So we're not that far short. We're broadly in line with budget, I would say, because you do get timing differences as well. And then if you move to the right to the final column of numbers there, you're showing that our forecasted outcome for the year is still showing what's a relatively small surplus position for the year. So some commentary on those numbers then. So revenues are slightly down, and that is because we reflect in the accounts changes in the value of our investment portfolio and changes as a result of any currency exchange losses we have. So that's one reason, that is the key reason why it's down. Expenses are generally less than budgeted as well, as you've seen, because our staff supports expenses are less. And this does underlie a lot of what we're doing. Matthew and his staff are incredibly stretched at the moment, and they're all sort of doing roles, aren't you? I think you're all covering other roles and things and doing what's necessary to keep the show on the road. So we really do thank them for that. And unless the investments recover back up, then we're still expecting that the outcome for the year will be slightly less than budget. So if we just turn quickly, so how are our surplus assets invested? So we've got a large chunk in cash and very short dated instruments, which we use for the running of the association, but we have a chunk of money which we have to sort of invest as safely as we can. This slide here shows a snapshot of the position at the quarter end. Our investment policy, our investment managers take that and invested in line with that. You will see the allocation of the amongst the different asset classes has a number of ranges. The ranges are generally towards the bottom end, except for the cash. And I think probably we would argue perhaps that's the best asset class to have just at the current time with all the volatility that's going on. This is a snapshot. You'll see there's just slightly outside in relation to one of the asset allocations, but Caroline gets the information and then sort of trues it up and gets it into line with the policy. that's just a very brief run through everything that we've been doing. I'd like to pass on a great deal of thanks to Caroline. She's very stretched. She's no longer full-time, she's part-time, trying to manage this all for us, and does a very, very good job. Do we want to take questions now before we move to the motions, Roseanne?
No, I think we can move to the motions and then perhaps take the questions
Okay,
relevant to each of the motions.
Yeah.
So the first motion is with respect to the terms of reference of the Audit and Finance Committee. As Jane has highlighted, these adjustments are really to accommodate our virtual way of work and to update the terms of reference accordingly. So could I have a proposer for the amendments to the terms of reference? I see Fred, thank you, and a seconder, Bosana, thank you very much. So let's go to the vote. Simple majority required on this one, so.
Questions?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Questions for Jane? Thank you, Mike.
More. Okay, so thanks. It's more a question or a comment on investments. I noted that we're moving more to a regional representation. We have staff in South Africa now, in Serbia, and from all intents and purposes, I understand we're going to do more of this in future. So in the interests of matching revenue to expenses and risk management and exchange rate risk, maybe we should consider some of our investments in currencies other than Canadian dollars as something to consider in future.
We do have investments in other than Canadian dollars.
Okay,
We've got it in
perhaps more so.
dollars and euros as well. And on the risk register, there's one of the controls is particularly when Matthias signs contracts for the events.
Perfect, thank
He
you.
needs to consider currency risk.
Any other questions? Great, now we can go to the vote. So those in favor of adopting the changes to the terms of reference, please indicate. Any votes against? Thank you. Any abstentions? Wonderful, so that is passed. Thank you very much. Then we have another motion relating to audit and finance, which is the appointment of the auditors. So may I have a proposer for the appointment of the auditors? Thank you. And a seconder? Mike, I'm sorry, Mike. It's very quick seconding. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we can go to the vote then. Please indicate your support for the appointment of the auditors. Thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? So simple majority passes the appointment of the auditors. And this then brings us to the adoption of the budget. So Machi, are you going to be addressing that? Oh, Jane, thank you so much. I thought you were still going to sit at the table for this, so I can say thank you very much for certainly for the work in audit and finance. I know that you are not done yet, but I think as council we can certainly still express our appreciation because it is quite an onerous appointment. So thank you for the diligence with which you've executed it.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everybody. I'm extremely happy as always to put on my treasurer hat to present the budget. And as this is my 7th budget as the executive director of the IIA, and I can say without a doubt that this is the most enthusiastic I have had the privilege of presenting. Sorry, I messed up the computer, guys. pardon me. There we go. Too many computers here. You have already heard about our current challenges and difficult situation the Secretariat is in during Jan's presentation, and again, a little bit during the recent presentation, so I will not repeat these. I will say that I am quite happy that Council has approved our first fee increase in 7 years, and this is going to allow us to address some of these concerns over the 5-year period. Of course, we will not be able to do everything right away, but at least this gives us a breath of fresh air and a much more positive outlook. What does this look like in terms of our 2023 budget? The document was part of the 15-day package to Council, so I am hopeful that you have had a chance to look at it. And because of that, I will be brief in my remarks. In terms of revenues, as I said, our first fee increase in 7 years will bring the rate to $20.25 Canadian per member with an actual credential. This is the base of membership that we, base of invoicing for the associations that we use since 2019. So most associations should be familiar now, but if not, never hesitate to ask us questions. We are more than happy to address all of those on a case-by-case basis. I do want to highlight one element because some people have asked, so that's good. That means you actually read the document, and I appreciate that very much. It is a question about the IA Special Fund. As a reminder, that is the IAA's share of the surplus from the ICA Berlin in 2018, which was, of course, a very, very successful ICA. And when we had that surplus coming in, we said from the start that we were going to use those funds to help finance the ICA years of 2023 and 2026. So we are simply continuing as planned because those two destinations are, of course, slightly expensive. So that's why we are using these funds. Another note on revenues. Of course, we are always keeping an eye on this with the Audit and the Finance Committee. But I always want to have a quick discussion or just a word of reminder for people at Council, because sometimes we are asked, well, you know, you should raise more revenues by having more sponsors, more trade show booths, like sell a bunch of stuff. We have assessed that every single year, quite frankly, since I've been here for the last 7 years. We always have, of course, conversations with potential sponsors, and the feedback that we are getting is that our council and committee meetings aren't necessarily quite interesting for sponsors due to the individuals that are there that are seasoned, actually very well known in the market, and not necessarily big trade show booths where you have hundreds and hundreds of young career actuaries that those companies really want to target. So that's not really our clientele. Furthermore, one of the feedback that we are getting is that the overall, and even from many associations, the overall sponsorship budget of those companies is not expanding, and on the contrary, it is shrinking. And when we have discussions with those companies, they tell us, well, sure, if you want, like, we can give you a little bit of money, but we're just going to take it away from ICA or Section Colloquia or FMA. And that is definitely a situation where it helps absolutely no one. And we certainly do not want to be in a situation where we would potentially hurt some of our events, especially ICA, which is very, very concerning for us. So that is my yearly reminder. And I hope I'm not sounding like a broken record, but we have new people on council, so it's always good to keep that in mind. Moving on to the expenses, our main priority, as was addressed earlier, is to address staff shortage and support retention. This is extremely important. By the way, just in case you're not necessarily aware, we have people at the Secretariat, notably maybe Mr. Christian Levac, who is celebrating 25 years with the association this year. That is a wealth of history and knowledge that is simply irreplaceable. So we have to be appreciative of that resource that is simply not something that we can put a money value on. But don't tell him that, because I'm always careful about his contract negotiations. But this just goes to show that we have people that have been there for a long, long time, and we are privileged as an organization to be able to leverage those individuals. Of course, Christian, talking about Christian, he's going to be the first very happy to be able to start investing in our IT and communication and trying to update some of our antiquated IT systems. We have many systems that don't talk to each other, and that is going to be a big challenge for him to try to make sure that we have a better support for notably our communications that we want to improve, and a lot of our internal processes that are extremely labor intensive. Quick note about the IA meetings, because a lot of you have actually have asked me that in the corridor. So the IA meetings in 2023, we will have the large meeting in Sydney, of course, just before ICA. So the dates are already on the website under our events. If you want, it is the just broad draft agenda, but the meetings are going to be over 4 days from May 24th to May 27th, with the ICA itself starting with a reception, if I recall, on the Sunday. And Christian can tell you more if you want, but that's where we are. As a reminder, those meetings used to be over 5 days. They will now be over 4 days. We have contracted those. And if you're wondering, that is absolutely a no cost saving to the IA. Why? Because hybrid meetings cost a lot of money. But as I have committed years ago, and I'm still going to continue to commit to this, we will always have virtual council meetings, at least as long as I'm here. I think it's extremely important to have smaller and especially younger or newer association participate at very little cost to them. And we have seen over the last many years, the number of participation from association increased tremendously in this format. So we are extremely happy about it. We want to continue doing it, but it is not cheap. Yes, a lot of people ask you about the small meeting in Q4. The intent is to have it in Europe in an affordable location to be determined. We are already in discussions with a few FMAs, and we are waiting to hear back from at least 1 or 2 board offerings. So I will let you know once I hear back. But that is where we're going, and we are looking at early November. Why? Simply because we want to be very, very mindful that there's a ton of activities in October. There's a lot of you that are very busy in September and October as well. And the feedback that we have received was what it would be better for us to do it back in the November timeframe. So that is where we are looking. So, Madam President, I hand over the floor back to you for the motion.
Thank you so much for that feedback. So the motion on the floor at the moment is regarding the approval of the budget for the next year. So this is for 1 year for 2023, obviously consistent with the overarching plan that we have approved earlier in the meeting. So may I have a proposer for this motion? Fred, thank you. And a seconder, Mary Frances. Thank you. So any discussion on the budget as proposed and following the presentation by our Executive Director? Online, I see. Ibrahim.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very surprised that in his closing remark, Mathieu said that we are shrinking from 5 days for 4 days. However, expenses will not be reduced. I truly believe even if they state 5 days, expenses should be reduced. Not because I have no idea really if the Secretariat are looking for putting bids to look at the best expenses that they are incurring. I have no clue how they can say that expenses cannot be shrunk with the hybrid. I am in disagreement of the expenses that has been incurred in 2022, as a matter of fact, not all of them, of course, going forward, building on 2022, going forward for 2023. So I would like, if possible, to have a task force of 3-4 people, and I certainly would like to be involved to go through the budget exactly and how is being the budget of the IAA is being spent.
Thanks, Ibrahim. I can Is my mic working? Yes, I can certainly attest to the fact that the Secretariat is very diligent in terms of ensuring that the expenses are managed and contained. I think it was just a statement of that it's not a proportional reduction in the expenses when the number of days are reduced because of the costs being concentrated on the large portions of the meetings, like, for example, the council meetings and the IT requirements that are required to support this. I think in terms of the interrogation of the budget, that is certainly within the ambit of all member associations, and we would welcome any detailed questions or comments. And any information that's required. I think there was a strong commitment to transparency in terms of that. But in terms of a task force, I think this is already something that is being dealt with in SPC. So perhaps that is something we can carry through there. Gabor, I see your hand. I beg your pardon.
Sorry, just as my treasurer hat on, Ibrahim, I can confirm that we are professionals and we actually use event professionals to have multiple bids for these events. We received bids for 12 properties and we looked at every single contract with extreme detail. So yeah, that's our job.
Thank you.
That's fine. If you allow me, Roseanne, just one more question. For example, on the travels, I noticed that Mathieu was in London just recently. A few weeks ago, or a couple months ago, he was in Basel, and a couple months before he was in Paris. So the Secretariat are traveling a lot other than council meetings. And is this something the IAA, we expect the executive director to be there instead of council members representing the different areas, regions, to really represent the IAA in events in such regions, instead of somebody coming all the way from Canada to be all over Europe?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess in terms of the those kind of decisions that operational management, of course, those responsibilities fall to the executive committee, in particular to the officers in terms of regular engagement, and particularly around the decisions about which events to attend and who should be attending, that is something that receives careful consideration, as well as ensuring that when those trips are taking place, that they're optimized in terms of the engagements that can take place. So I think in a number of cases, a single trip can lead to engagements with various supranationals, as well as with FMAs and other key stakeholders. So certainly your concern is appreciated, Ibrahim, but I do feel that we have various mechanisms in place, and perhaps it is just a case of making sure that you are reassured that oversight is taking place. Gabor, I recognize your hand now.
Thank you, Roseanne. I just wanted to say similar to what you have just said. I'm not supporting Ibrahim's proposal because it would express a no confidence in the executive committee. It's clearly, to me, it's a function of the executive committee. So managing whether or not the expenses and the audit finance committee, but it's clearly in the first place the EC. And I think council can do whatever they want, but I do not support that proposal, and I trust that the executive committee. We have just renewed the membership of the executive committee, so I think it's clearly one of the most important, or one of the important tasks of the executive committee. So trust the executive committee monitors these expenses as they should. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabor. Any other comments or questions in the room before we go to the vote on the budget? Seeing none, all of those who are in favor of the budget as it is proposed, please indicate. Those online can vote. Thank you. And any votes against? Any abstentions? So a simple majority. There's one. Oh, one vote against, but a simple majority is required to pass. And so thank you. I think that is approved. Thank you very much. Right, so that concludes the business, the statutory committee portion of our agenda, and we can now move on to the business agenda. I'd just like to pause at this point as well, and seeing as we've now finished that statutory portion, and express our appreciation to the Canadian Institute of Actuaries for hosting us in this beautiful city. I see we have the leadership of the Canadian Institute who are with us and who hosted us so incredible dinner last night. Thank you very much. So I recognize Hélène Poulet, who's the president of the CIA. As well as Michelle and Alicia, who are also here with us this morning. So thank you for being here, and thanks for your incredible commitment to the IAA always, and in terms of your support for our activities. So we really do appreciate it.
Indeed, if I may, Rosanna, I would like to underline the great work of Nancy Jenkinson, who is mainly responsible of what you're seeing here.
Thank you to Nancy. Thank you. Marvelous. Okay, so moving on to our business agenda. The first item on our business agenda is the report of our Actuarial Standards Committee, which is chaired by Andrew Chamberlain. Andrew is online. So Andrew, we look forward to your inputs.
Thank you very much, President. The ASC met yesterday, and there were three main topics on the agenda. The first one relates to ISAP 7, which is the ISAP relating to the insurance capital standards of the IAIS. We have had a task force working on this, and there was a exposure draft earlier in the year. And I'm pleased to say that the responses were very good, and the task force has been working diligently on those that there have been. And we considered all their thoughts yesterday. There were one or two areas where we had small changes we wanted the task force to reconsider, and that is going to progress over the next week or a few weeks, to the point where we expect, as the ASC, to vote to approve a final draft of this ISAP sometime next month. That will then lead to a fatal flaw review where FMAs and commenters will be able to point out anything that has been got wrong in the corrections or in the changes. Subject to that not producing anything unpleasant, it will be passed to the executive committee so that it can move to council for approval. This has been the longest running ISAP because we had to suspend operations because the IAIS's change of course in various respects on the ICS, but it now looks like it should be approved sometime in the first half of next year, subject to all those points, or put to the council for approval, I should say. The second major item we had at the ASC was to consider two ISAPs that were coming up for review, ISAP 5 and ISAP 6. ISAP 6, which relates to enterprise risk management under the IAIS's insurance core principles. We considered that there had been no significant feedback against this, and that no changes were necessary at the present time. And so therefore we formally agreed to complete the review and to say no change, and that will now go on to the 5-year program. Though if any changes take place in the relevant IAIS documentation, which is possible, and that may include something related to internal models and the like, then we can reopen that for further consideration. In respect of ISAP 5, which is about models for enterprise risk management in insurers, we have had feedback that this ISAP, which is strictly confined to insurers at the present, is actually inappropriately confined to insurers. And it would be just as relevant to actuaries working whether in other areas, whether it be pension funds or whether it be banks, more particularly perhaps, and any other institutions. Now, the ASC hasn't agreed with that viewpoint, but we did think that that viewpoint having been expressed, we should investigate it further. So we have set up a small group that will look into this, will consider various viewpoints, and will take soundings as to how many people agree with this particular viewpoint and who disagrees. And any input that any FMA or other body may have into this would be more than welcome. And the best thing would be to pass it via Amali. But if we come to the view that there is demand for this, we will then start the process. But this is, if you like, a precursor to us taking a view that anything needs to be done, because we certainly have not taken that view. And the last major item we considered was further debate on the relationship in relation to climate change factors. The ASC, as Council may remember, put forward a proposal following its meeting in Brussels that we should invite the Council through the relevant committees to approve moving to an SOI on this subject. So far, this has not proceeded, and that's why it's not on the Council agenda today. This is something that the ASC continues to believe is necessary. In my own capacity as the IAA's member for the IFRS's advisory committee, I attended the advisory committee earlier this week, or sorry, it would be technically last week now, on Tuesday and Wednesday in London. And the ISSB is making significant progress with its work, to the extent that they were indicating a strong possibility that they would produce their first two standards officially, S1 and S2, which is a general sustainability and a climate change reporting standard, to be approved sometime in the first half of next year. Now, it was also clear in debate and discussions I had behind the scenes with both staff members and members of the ISSB that a lot of people in that context were saying actuaries have a role to play because actuaries are financial people who are used to looking into the future at uncertain events, whether this be the expertise of property casualty actuaries, particularly in reinsurers, or whether it be in investment field, or whether it be the life assurers who are used to combining the asset liability on the long term. It was felt that they had a lot to contribute over and above that contribution that is given by, for instance, climate scientists. Given that there is likely to be an ever-expanding role for actuaries, the ASC remains of the view that we should be working to develop an ISAP for that work. I am aware that some people think this is premature, and also that that it would be early enough to be approving such an ISAP, perhaps as by 2026, when Council meets in just before the Congress in Tokyo. I think I would draw attention to everybody that the timeline for producing an ISAP is quite long. First of all, an ISAP through the due process has to be placed on the strategic plan for ISAPs. After that, the ASC can begin the work, which includes bringing in subject matter experts, on producing a statement of intent. That statement of intent, I'll remind you, also includes the detail of what is intended to be covered. Although the indications the ASC has put to the committees are for that this SOI would largely cover supporting both the IAIS work, which we've heard about in the council earlier, and the ISSB work in this field, with only a small general description on top. That process would then lead to an SOI, which has to be approved by council following full consultation with FMAs and other interested parties. So even if work had been possible to begin after this council, it's unlikely that we would have been able to get such an SOI through that process much before this time next year. Only at that point do you start work on the exposure draft, and then on the feedback from the exposure draft, which on such a subject as this, I would imagine would be quite high. The ISSB's feedback on its standards has been orders of magnitude larger than the feedback the IASB typically receives. And then that process then has to be reviewed. It might need a second exposure draft, and it certainly needs to go through all the appropriate processes before it's presented to council again for approval. I mean, if we do not start work on this SOI and then on the ISAP by the middle of next year, I don't believe there's any chance of us reaching something that could be approved in Tokyo. So that gives council an idea of the timeframes that we're talking about. We need almost 3 years to complete an ISAP from the go-ahead, and up to full council approval. I think that's probably all I have to say, President. So I'm more than happy to answer questions from members of the council.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. And also just to note that that process, as you set out, and the consideration of the ISAPs is certainly something that's receiving attention at the SPC, noting, as you say, the potential timeline. So thank you very much for clarifying that, because it'll certainly lay the groundwork for council. So Andrew, thank you to you as well, and to the team that you're working with. It is a lot, as you say, a bit of a marathon that you are running in terms of progressing these ISAPs. Any questions for Andrew from the members of council? I'm not seeing any in the room. Any online? No. So thank you so much, Andrew, for your report back. We're now going to move on to another committee. So someone else in the meeting who is wearing two hats. Mike McDougall is chair of the membership committee and is also sitting in the seat for South Africa this morning. But you can take off the one hat and put on the other, and give us a membership committee report back. Thank you.
Thanks, Roseanne, and thank you for the time here. Just a very brief feedback from us in the membership committee before I hand back to Roseanne to talk on more aspects relating to the membership committee. I think it's a committee that now our role is always looking to grow the membership of the IAA, but making sure that associations are meeting the requirements, be it for associate or full member status. And by and large, we have focused in the past primarily on the full members, with the requirements for associate members being very light, and a lot of work's done then in the advice and assistance committee to help grow those associations so that they become full members in due course. Over recent time, we have been looking back at the associate members, because we're not just looking to have notches in the belt of members that are in the IAA, but to actually have associations wherever they are in the world and at whatever scale, but doing things to advance the profession and to grow the profession and to be consistent with the goals and objectives of the IAA in those regions. And we have been looking at the various associate member And through this process has come through with the association in Benin, which has fallen short of those requirements in terms of not meeting the minimum requirements, despite considerable efforts from advice and assistance, as well as individual actuaries working in their part of the world, and effectively a complete loss of communication with the IA in many respects on that. So we're proposing a removal of Benin, of membership from the Benin Association. So for that, I hand back to you, Roseanne.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks as well to members of your committee who perform an important task in terms of the IA as an organization. So yes, in terms of the decision on this, it rested with the executive committee to confirm the recommendation for the from the membership committee. So it is by information. But I think this certainly flags an important point with regard to our engagement with associations. For us as the IAA, the idea is not just to have members on paper spread across the world, but also to be actively engaging with our member associations and making sure that their voice is being heard and that we are understanding what is happening in their jurisdictions and how we can support that, and to make sure that those inputs are also finding their way into our global engagements. So with that in mind, we had an associate member task force. I think you can go on to the next slide. Yeah. And the associate member task force has really done an extensive process of having a look at our associate members, working alongside the membership committee as part of their annual review process, and has made recommendations with regard to how we can ensure that we have better engagement with our associate members, and also that we are able to better focus the scarce resources that we have in terms of the Secretariat on those associations where those resources will be used to the best effect. So with that in mind, a number of recommendations have been made, and the most significant of those, of course, has implications on the internal regulations. This is not something that we are putting to a vote today, but rather that we wanted to expose the ideas to you through the documentation that has been attached to the agenda. And to hear your inputs and commentary. And then, similar to some of the other points that we have flagged with you today, we would follow up with a ballot if it seems that this is something that Council is willing to support. So what we have, the recommendations that the task force has come up with is introducing this 3-year renewal term for our associate members. So this will trigger then a 3-year process of renewing the activities of the AMA as they are progressing towards FMA status, or alternatively, as they are actively supporting the development of the profession in the jurisdiction in which they operate. You will notice in terms of how it is framed that it is not a hard and fast set of rules. It's not as if there is a set of check boxes that if you meet them, you will be pass, and if you don't, you will fail, but rather a review process to ensure that there is, first of all, active engagement as well as activities taking place. And on that basis, the renewal will be confirmed. There also is an operational aspect to this to make sure we don't overburden the Secretariat every 3rd year and then have nothing in between. So there is an implementation aspect to that as well. So if we just go to the next slide, I can just highlight what the proposed is. So sorry for the wordy slide, but this is the proposal that is included in the report in your agenda, and you will notice that the key aspect of the suggested amendment to the internal regulations is the 3-year term that is not automatically reviewed, but that triggers engagement between the IAA and the AMA, and that engagement is tailored to the needs of that associate member and is basically going to be assessing both their activities as well as their engagement with the IAA. So at this point, I would invite maybe any questions or of clarity, but also following this meeting today, any comments that you have on this proposal, which I certainly congratulate the associate member task force on being quite sensitive to the needs and the process that they've gone through and coming up with certainly what we as the officers have viewed as quite a balanced proposal. So any questions or comments or on this particular report, as well as the report that Michael has given from the membership committee? Mary Frances.
So this change refers to a membership agreement with the IAA. Do we have like some template agreements, or, you know, is it at all clear what criteria might be in the membership agreement with a particular associate member?
So our statutes do set out what the implications of being a member of the IAA is. So effectively, when an association applies to join, they're joining in terms of those statutes. I think that's something we can consider as to whether we make that a bit more explicit. That's essentially how it operates.
If I may, just in terms of a little bit the aspirational approach for this would likely be for Association X, which is an associate member, have a discussion for the next 3 years. How can we work together? We want to make sure that we have at least one engagement with the IA leadership per year. And we want to make sure that you have at least one event to support the local profession, in which we would more than happy to be supportive of you. So that's pretty simple, basic. And for a lot of those associate members, we don't even have that. So that is, in my mind, the basis of that agreement, which goes on top of the what we already have in the internal regulations. And we would negotiate, or not necessarily negotiate, but come to a mutually supportive agreement one by one with each of those, and will be about 6 or 7 per year. So we think it's manageable.
Thanks, Matthew. Good. So we will be looking at a ballot for this. So this is something that you can look out for in terms of a number of these topics that we've raised. So Mike, thank you. You can now put your ASAB hat back on again. And now we move to a fun part of the agenda. So this is the change of officers part. So now this is an important leadership moment for the IAA, and requires a closed meeting with only the council delegates remaining. So the YouTube feed, for those of you who are observing us on YouTube, will be temporarily paused. And I must please ask all of the attendees in the room who are not council delegates to step outside, but please do not go far. And I must ask Micheline and Charles, who are the sub. Let me know when it's live, because I think important to make sure we have the. Let me know when it's live.
Good. Yeah, it's live.
Great. So the YouTube channel is now live, and I am pleased to report that the motion on the floor has been passed. So congratulations to Micheline. Which now brings us to some carefully choreographed handovers. But first of all, let me express my thanks to Council. Being president of the IAA has been an incredible honor for me, and I really do find it hard to express my appreciation to Council for giving me this opportunity. I've really enjoyed being part of so many discussions around the world, and particularly fortunate that I've been able to travel and meet people across the globe and experience those discussions and face-to-face engagements. I think as we've emerged from the COVID crisis, I hope we continue to benefit from the way in which we've been able to get much broader participation. And I think that's what's been most exciting for me to see during my presidency is the broader participation and discussions from people who previously were perhaps not able to travel to be part of our engagements. I think we still need to find that balance between being hybrid and being in person. But I think what's exciting is that the virtual table that we are all sitting around is much bigger and more diverse, and most importantly, it's welcoming and accommodating of the wide range of participants and perspectives. And for me, this is what being part of a global profession is all about. So it's certainly been the pinnacle of my career to have this opportunity. And to be part of these discussions. Our world is facing massive challenges, and we have big problems to contribute to solving. And I'm incredibly grateful to all the volunteers who really make it possible. They certainly help us to look good as the officers with the incredible work that you do and that we get to share with various stakeholders around the world. But I guess I would like to particularly thank my fellow officers, Jan and Micheline. They really have been the most incredibly supportive partners in the officers group. I may sit here, but it is certainly a team that does the work behind the scenes. So as I ceremoniously hand over to Micheline, who will take on the mantle from the beginning of next year, I know that she has some great plans and such positive passion and energy to implement them and to lead the IAA forward. I've benefited so much from her experience as being part of the officers group, and also valuable perspectives during my term, which has really helped me to get through it, and also for it to be such an enjoyable period of my life. So I'm really looking forward, Micheline, to being on your team in 2023. So with that, I get to take this heavy weight from around my neck.
And I want to remind you that you're not done yet.
So Micheline,
This is when I have my.
the floor is yours.
Some of that will be like I will hold this in advance and allow it.
For the mic.
Yes, yes. So I wrote this in advance, and of course, then you have Roseanne that talks first, and then some of the teams will sound familiar to you. I would like to thank you for your vote of confidence. It is with great sense of responsibility that I foresee my role as president. I feel an obligation to each of you and all of you. Each of you have the right to be heard wherever you come from, whether it's a small association or a large one, whether you agree with the IAA direction or not. We all gain from getting feedback, either to encourage pursuing in the current direction, proposing modification, improvements, or to propose something very different. I will want to hear, so please don't be shy. Diversity of thoughts comes from different life experience, different cultural background, different needs. This is a process, not so much a process, sorry, but more a state of mind. Diverse thinking moves us in places we've never envisaged, and this is how humanity has made the greatest steps forward. So what are the projects that I would like to put forward? I would like us actually to fully develop our capabilities. We are risk experts, and the horizon of risk are expanding faster than we had never imagined. Our expertise is one of applied science. The world has never been more in need of looking at risk in the eye to understand what scientists are telling us about the future and bring home what it means to us, our clients, and the planet. We are used to looking at the past to understand the future. We now need to adapt our approach to foresee the change coming. To get there, we need a better understanding of what scientists are uncovering and work with groups that we've never worked with much so far. Meteorologists, paleontologists, engineers, I'd say economists, but that we've worked somewhat with them already, but that's just a few. I happen to sit with accountants and city planner at an ISSB sponsored dinner a few months ago. They were all wondering how to make sense of all that data coming out on climate. And guess what? They were all excited to learn that actuaries were interested in the topic. Their enthusiastic message was, we need your help. Please help us and explain to us how to translate all of that information into usable information. We indeed have a lot to contribute, but also lots of work in front of us. So let's find the best way to work together to make a difference while recognizing the different needs and perspective. Now, if you allow me, I would like to say a few words in French. Addressed to the many associations that have French as one of their official languages. In summary, it would be to tell them that they should take advantage of a reduced barrier language with the future IAA president and to get closer to the IAA. So en regardant la liste de mes prédécesseurs, je note que le français n'a pas été, a été représenté à la présidence que à deux reprises avant moi. J'aimerais saluer messieurs Berton et Massé. J'aimerais vous apporter une attention plus spéciale. L'actuariat s'est développé plus tard dans les pays francophones que dans ceux du Commonwealth. Mais je remarque le dynamisme de la francophonie et le succès du colloque international de l'actuariat francophone. La facilité d'échanger sans barrière linguistique n'est certainement pas étrangère à ce succès. N'hésitez donc pas à me contacter ou à m'aborder quand on se croisera. Je vous assure que vous serez toujours les bienvenus. Now, I guess I wanted to say a few words on diversity, but Tonya and Roseanne have already addressed this and so well that I just want to say that I'd support that. And I plead for you to send names and send the names of volunteers. This would be much appreciated. I guess I am looking forward to work with each and all of you. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. So thank you so much, Micheline. And now you have a duty that you must hand to Charles. Oops.
Just a second. So my sincere congratulations. This is going to be a life changer. You don't know yet. Anyway, so this is for you. Should not. Yes. I don't want to hurt you. Yes. Right. Yes. Go. Oops.
Charles, would you like to make a few comments?
Thank you. You can hear me. I am very grateful and humbled that you asked me to take on this very important role. I'm excited about the future for actuaries and for the IAA under Michelin's leadership. I see so many opportunities for actuaries to expand into new roles, both geographically and in our capabilities and in the work that we do. In just the last few years, actuaries have proved their value in the new areas of climate change and pandemics, and Michelin has led the way magnificently. There's still so much more that we can do, and I'm committed to supporting Michelin and our focus on awareness and outreach. I'm excited by the work of the Future Actuary Task Force. I will do all I can to support this, not least as the father of a son who's just begun his actuarial career. And I love the enthusiasm and inspiration of the Young Actuaries World Cup. Great work, both Jill and Fred. Thank you. Finally, I'm keen to support Michelin to see the flourishing of volunteer engagement in the IAA from all FMAs and all time zones. And I will do what I can to encourage this, including promoting the great work of sections and encouraging participation in sections. I promise to do my best to follow Roseanne's and Michelin's example, to rise to Gianpaolo's challenge, to be passionate and inspiring. And I look forward to working with Roseanne and Michelin and all of you in these exciting times. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. And now Jan steps into the penultimate past president mode, seeing as I will be past president. So perhaps a bit more freedom, a bit more spare time, but you still have an important responsibility to take on in terms of chairing the nominations committee. And as I'm sure you have gathered from the presentation from Tonya, this is not an easy task. But I must say a few words about Jan. I have had the privilege of working with him these past 2 years and on the officers group. He has brought wisdom, a gentle and sense of good humor, and a very special knack for identifying balance and fairness. And I've learned a tremendous amount while working with him. So Jan, thank you for the opportunity to do that. And thank you as well for the incredible service to the IAA as a member of the officers group. Thank you.
I'm not going to speech over here, but I guess we haven't finished the whole procedure yet, because you are wearing a pin, which probably Michelin should wear, and I'm wearing a pin you should wear. So, but perhaps you start first.
I will hand the pin.
Oh, so that's
I can do it.
So this back to you?
No.
In addition to.
Okay.
And in addition to that, a tradition is that the president who will be leading will get a plaque. But before handing that over, now, first of all, thank you for all the great words you just mentioned, but especially our cooperation. As you learned a lot, but I've learned a lot as well. And this is really a nice person. So she is tall, but we can look each other in the eyes, and that really improves cooperation. I love to work with you. I have to say you have your positive attitude it really contributes. It means that we are very honest in our feedback to each other. So that helps a lot. I've learned a lot regarding the DNI initiative. Because there is, as a white grandfather, always you can think that you know all about the DNI, but this is you really opened my eyes with all the things you've done so far. Your knowledge, your overall, what is it, knowledge of the organization as well. At the start of your presidential year, you said. You're looking forward of me being your mentor. That's something you certainly don't need. So you have been a great president. And so now's the moment to hand you over the flag, which I got last year. By the way, you are even that honest or that humble that in your procedure you described that you mentioned that I would get a flag from you. No, I already got it last year. So this one is certainly for you. So thank you very much. And so it's not in the procedure at this moment, but I certainly would like to thank Micheline for the cooperation last year and a lot of success next year. And by the way, I've served in 2 years in a row in a female-dominated officers group. And you survived. And I loved it. So I wish you all the best.
And there is one more thing. Now you are empty.
Yeah, I'm empty. Yeah.
Empty-handed. So now I can give you the
Password. Password.
penultimate pass.
It didn't fit in the pin.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
You are now a past president forever.
Thank you.
Can I say thank you also? Yes. Thank you for all your good advice, all your perspective. Really enjoyed and it's been a real pleasure and honor. So
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And mindful that we have run a little bit over time. So if there are any who need to leave, I do understand. But we are looking forward and looking to the future. And of course, that includes our future events. And sadly, this is the last council meeting that Bazana is going to be telling us about the bridge to tomorrow. So Bazana, we can't wait to hear from you, but you'll have to think of another event that you can run so that you can come back and tell us about it.
Thank you, Roseanne. So, hello everyone. It is great to see you. ICA 2023 is almost here, and this is my last update. I have already booked my ticket, and I hope you have too. But if not, this is my final chance to persuade you. So, what can I tell you? People, program, and pleasure. Our early bird registrations have been great. So far, we have well over 600 registered. And by the time we add the 200 plus speakers who have not yet had to register and the over 100 bursaries, we are looking at over 1,000 people. So we're having to check if the gala dinner venue at Luna Park is going to be big enough. So get in quick. Next, our program is firming up and looking tremendous. This includes Dame Inga Beale, an incredible business leader and former CEO of Lloyd's, as our opening keynote speaker. All up, we have over 500 speakers from over 50 countries, and there are more than 220 concurrent sessions. And they cover things such as data analytics and how we can be smarter with artificial intelligence, the rise of Asian financial services, our aging world and education. And what will this mean for the labour force, for housing and for personal services? And of course, for investments. Have you considered all the possible second order impacts? And we can't go past lessons from COVID and our new ways of living and working and travelling, as well as predicting mortality and morbidity impacts, business interruption and economic consequences. We also have cyber risk, climate risk, and the growing importance of environmental, social, and governance considerations. And how are you, or should you, prioritize short-term consequences against long-term ESG strategic goals? And we have the rising age of the consumer and consumer power, and the changes this will make for companies and society. We've also launched Your Say at Your ICA, where you can create your own 7-minute video abstract on any subject that you think your peers would value, such as future opportunities, policy developments, technical or professional issues, or from something way out in left field. Videos are due by the 10th of March, with further details on the website. And now, pleasure. Come to amazing Australia and the nearby natural paradise of New Zealand. Our country is big, beautiful, and it's many things that you just can't see elsewhere. Life is for living. And to come and see for yourself, rather than wishing that you always had. ICA is going to run in the middle of Vivid Sydney, our annual festival of light and music and sculpture and food, with a world-famous Sydney Harbour Light Show. This year, more than 2.6 million people came to Sydney for Vivid. Qantas is our official airline, and they're offering discounts on flights to and from ICA, and accommodation holds are on the website. And the exchange rate is currently in your favour. Currently. The Aussie dollar is at record lows against the US dollar and Canadian dollar. And while this is bad for me, it's great for you. So lock in these rates while you can. So please keep spreading the word about ICA 2023 and encourage attendance from your organisations. Australia is waiting for you.
We can't wait, Rosanna, to be there. We can't wait. Thank you very much. And thank you also to the whole team that is putting ICA 2023 together. That's been a marathon for them as well. So thank you very much. And I'm really thrilled to say that we have a bursary process. We were actually completely swamped with bursary applications. We had people who didn't make the deadline, who were begging to be included, and we had to say no because we had so many already. And as you can see, though, we haven't quite reached the goal in terms of the money in the pot, and we have a lot of deserving recipients. So I do hope that that perhaps you can speak to sponsors in your jurisdiction who can perhaps help to top that up. But incredible interest from younger members of the profession and people from other areas of the world that don't normally participate in these events. So very exciting, the kind of vibrant discussion that's going to be taking place in Sydney next year. So thanks, Rosanna, and we will definitely miss you. Okay, so of course, our next council meeting will coincide with the Sydney ICA, and we have locked in the venue at the Mercure Hotel in Sydney, Australia. So so that will be a large meeting, in keeping with our now one large and one small meeting. So we really do look forward to having all of you traveling to Australia, because with ICA being there, it'll be well worth your while. But we will also be accommodating through a virtual structure as well, the hybrid event, so that we can have as much participation as possible. But that's not all in terms of future events. So we also have the upcoming colloquial events in Brussels, and Philippe is going to tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Just 2 minutes. First of all, I would like to thanks again those who participate in the Council and Committee meeting in Brussels in May this year. And now it is my pleasure to inform you that Belgium will host the joint colloquium of all the IAA section in Brussels in September 2024. So this event will take place in Brussels from 16 to 20 September. I think that's the date. I'm not exact on the slide. Block your agenda and share this date with all actuaries of your association. More information will follow during the next year. So welcome to all to the JOCO, Joint Colloquium 2024, the 3rd weeks of September. Thank you.
Also, in terms of upcoming events, we have been trying to get to South Korea for a long time, and I would like to welcome President Lee, who is going to give us a little bit of a taste of what is going to be happening in Korea.
I'm from Korea, Germany. It is in May 2024, our meeting will be held in Korea, Seoul. It is very honorable that we host our meeting in Seoul. And it is a good chance to introduce Korean Actuarial Association and Korean development. But the Seoul the police our meeting will be held. The Seoul is very active and very developed and fantastic the city. In many flowers blossom, good weather, and so welcome to Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're certainly looking forward to being in Seoul in 2024. Thank you so much.
And the date was exact. It's from the 4th week of September, from 22 to 26 September.
So you can plan your schedule over the next 2 years with Seoul and back to Brussels as well. So thank you very much for those contributions, and also in advance to your association for supporting the organization as well of those events. It's no small task. Thank you very much. So that brings me to any other business. I know that we are running quite over time, but under other business, I know that Gianpaolo had indicated to me that he would like to make a few remarks. So Gianpaolo, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Rosanna. I have a little of emotion to say some few further words about Ermanno Pitacco. And I speak on behalf of my association, obviously, but also on behalf of AFIHERM section. They ask me, and on my behalf, obviously. And thank you to you for all the closeness for this event. I received a lot of messages. I turned over the messages to my association, and particularly to the actuarial community in Trieste, where Ermanno lived. And the first remark is that when I was young, my first work, my chief actuary all the mornings said to me, Gianpaolo, we must bring the science in the knowledge, the science in the knowledge. I partially understood, but I didn't understand immediately, completely. After some years, I understood very well the meaning of these sentences, of this concept. And I say that Ermanno, great professor, without doubt, perfectly realized this in all his life. And the second remark is that it was, I could say, a simple man, as he is great, a gentleman, never differences in his behavior, in his approach with person. You can be student, you can be chairperson, you can be a colleague, the same approach, friendly and gentleman, always. Third, his personal memory, it was with me a cross relationship from student to now in our association, in my PhD examination, in the first step in my international experience, and so it was a splendid relationship, always, also in this case, absolutely friendly. I think that the best way we have to remember him, and not only I think this, is to continue to push, to do all the best efforts we are able to do for the education, which was the point of reference of his life. And I agree totally, because without a good education, we cannot do nothing. And we must do all the efforts remembering for this. We are organizing some initiatives in Italy, especially in Trieste, in the next weeks, in the next months. I will inform IAA immediately about these initiatives. And again, on behalf of my association, on AFIRERM section, where Ermanno was very involved, as the president showed at the beginning of this council, I want again to thank you very much for all the messages, all the closeness towards Ermanno and the Italian Association.
Thank you, Gianpaolo. Thank you. Anything else under any other business? Oh, gavel. Oh, I get to close the meeting. Okay, so if that is not the case, I declare the meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
all.
much for joining us, and all of those who are traveling, please travel safe and see you soon. It's been wonderful seeing you here in Montreal. Thank you.
See you in Sydney.